Good evening. It's Thursday, July 16, 2026 at 6:30 PM. This is the City of Franklin Common Council. We're having a special meeting. Madam Clerk, will you please take the roll?
Mayor Nelson.
Here.
Alderman Johnson.
Here.
Alderwoman Eichman.
Here.
Alderman Hassan.
Here.
Alderwoman Kresovic.
Here.
Alderman Salus.
Here.
Alderwoman Kenny is excused.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Item B is citizen comment period. Any citizen wishing to speak on this matter alone, please approach the podium, state your name and address for the record. You have up to 3 minutes to comment, up to 3 minutes. I will be the timekeeper. Citizen comment period is now open. Seeing nobody speaking, we will now close citizen comment period. Moving on to item C as in Charles. Reports and recommendations in the matter of the complaint against HB&H LLC, DBA On the Border for Class B intoxicating liquor license, Class B fermented malt beverage license, entertainment and amusement license, and cigarettes sold by machine license. Upon a hearing on the complaint, the Common Council may enter closed session pursuant to Wisconsin State Statute 19.85 sub 1 sub A to deliberate concerning the facts and the application of law to the facts with regard to the complaint, and to re-enter open session at that same place thereafter to act on such matters discussed therein as it deems appropriate. So what we're going to do now is City Attorney Jesse Wozolowski is going to take over and steer the ship, so to speak, on how this is going to proceed. Can you hit his button, please?
This hearing is being held pursuant to the Wisconsin statutes and the Franklin Municipal Code provisions cited in the summons and complaint. I understand the complaint was served on the licensee's licensing agent on July 9, 2026. I'd appreciate confirmation on that from council appearing here.
I do have and have provided the city's clerk with a copy of the affidavit of service and have shown counsel for the licensee as well. It was served on 9th day of July, 2026 at 3:50 p.m. To Mr. Oscar Cobain.
Thank you. This hearing is being held before the Common Council pursuant to Section 19-3A of the Municipal Code. The mayor is the presiding officer and shall conduct the hearing. An alderperson may appeal from a decision of the presiding officer, and such appeal is not debatable and must be sustained by a majority of the alderpersons present. That provision would apply to decisions by the presiding officer, such as an objection or other procedural decision made. The Common Council is the decision maker upon the complaint. The complainant and the licensee appear to be represented here. Could the attorneys state their and their respective clients' appearances for the record?
Sure, I can start. I am Nick Serwin. I'm an attorney with Von Briesen and Roper. I represent the police department, who is the complainant in this action. Specifically, the person who signed the complaint is a Assistant Chief Stowers, as a resident of the city.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Attorney Michael Levine. I represent the licensee. With me at the table is Oscar Cobain.
It's not picking up.
Would you like me to start over?
Just closer. Yeah, please start over, but keep it closer to you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Attorney Michael Levine. I represent the licensee. With me at council's table is Oscar Cobain, who is the registered agent for the licensee.
The hearing process shall commence with the complainant attorney presenting evidence, including questions for the witnesses on behalf of the complainant, which witnesses may then be cross-examined by the licensee's attorney, and then by council members who may have a question. All witnesses shall be sworn in by the city clerk. The hearing process shall then continue with the licensee attorney presenting evidence, including questions for witnesses on behalf of the licensee, which witnesses may then be cross-examined by the complainant's attorney, and then by council members who may have a question. Redirect examination and cross-examination may be permitted by the presiding officer. Upon completion of the provision of evidence examination of witnesses by the parties and the authorization to do so by the presiding officer, the complainant's attorney may make a closing statement, the licensee's attorney may make a closing statement, and rebuttal may be made by the complainant's attorney. The common council will then enter into closed session for the deliberation of the evidence provided and the application of law thereto, and then reconvene in open session to act upon its findings and determinations. Before commencement of the hearing, question to the licensee's attorney is, does the licensee admit to any of the allegations in the complaint? In other words, are there portions of the complaint where the licensee agrees the facts are true?
As to count one, the licensee denies the allegation. As to count two, the licensee is without knowledge and will not admit or deny at this point. As to count three, again, without enough information at this point, the licensee would neither admit nor deny the allegation. As to count four, the licensee denies the allegation. As to count five, the licensee is without enough knowledge to either admit or deny the allegation at this point.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Mayor, the hearing proceeding may commence.
Okay, so as council went over how this is going to lay out, and we'll move forward with that process.
Thank you.
Council?
As some brief table setting matters, I would just like to point out a few things real quick. One, in order to get ahead of this, I think we're all aware that there's a pending criminal complaint that has come out. I'm asking that the council not consider anything to do with the fact that a complaint exists or is pending or any criminal charges are pending. That is not at issue here today. It's the conduct, and I'll be talking about the conduct that's going to be occurring. So you are all acting as the jury and judges of this scenario, and so I'm going to ask you very specifically to, that fact alone means nothing in this process. Beyond that, I'm going to ask that you consider the evidence that's presented today and make your decision and rely on the evidence that's presented today for your determination. And then as just a clarifying point, I will be going out of order with my officer witnesses, not in the order of the complaint. I do that to try to find a way to not have people stick around so long and kind of save the city those resources. What I will do at the very end is kind of put those puzzle pieces back together. So I won't be going sequentially 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I might bounce around a little bit, but I will put it back together at the end. I will start with my first witness, who, I will have 5 witnesses total. Sergeant Goers, Officer Thompson, Officer Jadowski. Jadowitz, I'm sorry. Jadowitz, dang it. Officer Fortier and Officer Krakow. I'm going to start with Sergeant Goers.
Could you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony which you shall give in the matter now at this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
And could you please state your name and spell your,
First name
name
Mark.
and spell, please?
First name Mark, M-A-R-K. Last name Gores, G-O-E-R-S.
Thank you. Sir, how are you employed?
By the City of Franklin Police Department.
And how long have you been employed with the City of Franklin Police Department?
8 years.
All right. Do you have any other law enforcement experience?
Yes, sir.
All right, where at?
6 years in the City of Robbinsville in Minnesota.
Okay. What are your duties currently for the City of Franklin?
Currently, my position is the Detective Sergeant.
All right, what does that mean?
I oversee all of the detectives, task force officers, as well as school resource officers and other specialized units.
Okay. Prior to holding the position you hold now, what was your position?
I was a detective.
All right. Do you have any specialty as a detective?
I was assigned to the Human Traffic Task Force with the FBI.
But still worked locally in Franklin, correct?
Correct.
Got it. As part of your role as a detective, were you involved in the investigation of human trafficking that eventually, or prostitution that eventually looped in On the Border?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When did you become involved generally, if you can say, in that investigation?
In the fall of 2022.
All right. And how long had that investigation been going on at that point?
It had started briefly in 2019 and then fizzled for a little bit, and then more evidence came, so it was reopened in 2022.
Okay. Are you familiar with the facility and the makeup of On the Border?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you describe just generally the facility? You walk in the door, what happens? Where are you? What does it look like?
When you walk in through the doors, it's a small entranceway breeze room area. To the east side is the dancers' locker room area and house mom, house dad's offices. To the west side would be the main entrance where you would check in with a bouncer, and then it would open up into a bar area, areas to dance, VIP rooms, dancing booths, things like that.
Okay. And through your investigation and your information, what's like the structural, administrative, management structure that On the Border operates through?
They have owners, and then they have what would be managers on multiple different shifts, whether it's a day shift or a late shift. Then they also have house moms and house dads who kind of manage the dancers and the entertainers. They have bartenders, bouncers, security officers, a DJ, and then what they would call shot girls, or like girls that didn't perform on stage but passed out drinks.
So owners, top level, then the shift managers, and then house mom, house dad?
Correct.
Okay, and so on and so forth. How does On the Border typically make money?
Through the sale of alcohol and through their tips that they receive from the dancers who are privately contracted through the business.
Can you describe or identify kind of how those private contractors work?
So the girls receive money from their dances and different performances that they do on stage, and then they are required to tip management as well as bouncers or sometimes other VIP hosts of that nature.
So the club, if I say club or On the Border, in terms of the strip club component of it, it's revenue that comes in through these tips that's paid out through the females and the patrons,
It's primarily through the dancers,
dancers, okay.
or they will buy select rooms through the club, like a VIP room or private lap dances, and that money would go directly to On the Border, and then they would also receive another payment through whichever dancer performed
Okay.
that service.
Did you determine whether or not there was a set rate or some sort of amount to rent these VIP rooms?
Yes, but it also varied over the course of the investigation, and it also changed through however many songs there was, however, what style of room they went into. So there was a rate, and we also learned that sometimes different managers receive different or charge different amounts for each room.
Charge the girls different amounts then?
Or sometimes the customers.
Okay.
For purposes of the record, I'm going to object to that response. It's founded entirely on hearsay. There's no foundation.
I'll just make a record that hearsay is admissible in these. I will be asking more information on the scope and the basis of the information, but I'll defer to the committee or council.
I believe you can proceed as
Okay.
noted. It's documented.
How did On the Border become involved in this investigation from your perspective or understanding?
The Franklin Police Department received an anonymous letter that there was prostitution going on inside the establishment.
Okay. And then based on that anonymous letter, what did you and other officers in Franklin do?
The Franklin Police Department command staff and supervisors made a determination that this was going to launch a lengthy investigation, and therefore we met with the FBI Human Trafficking Task Force and requested their assistance in this investigation.
And how does the FBI assist in this investigation?
Personnel, other task force officers, as well as special agents, but primarily financially, due to the scope of the investigation, the amount of travel, the amount of overtime, and search warrants that require a lot of money. It was useful to have the FBI financially help with this investigation.
Through your investigation and this FBI component of the investigation, were individuals identified by police that were involved in prostitution at On the Border?
Yes, sir.
And when I refer to individuals involved in prostitution, at this point, I'm referring to female individuals. Does your answer remain the same?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have an approximation of, based on your recollection of the investigation, how many females had come forward or you had interviewed?
Yes, I would like to clarify that when I got promoted in 2025, and when I got promoted to detective sergeant, Officer Krakow resumed my responsibility, so he also interviewed numerous females. So I will answer to my portion of the investigation,
Okay.
which was roughly 15 to 20.
Just to be clear, that's the females that you interviewed generally, or the females you interviewed that had some component of prostitution at On the Border?
The 15 to 20 number I stated is of females that admitted to me that they prostituted at On the Border.
Okay. Through your investigation and the investigation by the department, did you develop or identify any sort of pattern or mechanism how these females engaged in the prostitution at On the Border?
Yes, sir.
All right, and what was that pattern of conduct?
Typically, a female would seek out a gentleman and take him to the VIP room. Once in the VIP room, they would pay for the however long they were going to be in the room to On the Border staff. The dancer would then as all of these rooms were monitored by surveillance, and a bouncer was 24/7 watching the surveillance for they stated for the safety of the females inside the rooms. The females would then come outside after the gentleman or the customer and the female agreed on a sex act and price. They would come out and request that the lights inside the room would be turned off to complete that sex act. Once the sex act was completed, the dancer or entertainer would then have to provide a tip to the security guard for turning off the lights.
Do each of these rooms, and you said this had occurred in the VIP rooms?
Primarily, yes.
Okay. Was there other places that occurred as well?
There was some that was on the premise in vehicles.
Okay. But within the establishment itself, the brick and mortar, it was in the VIP rooms?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many VIP rooms were there?
They changed over time their layout. I believe at the time when I was investigating it, there was 5 to 7 rooms, but then they also modified to add more VIP rooms.
Do you know the total number at the end or no?
I would reference that to P.O. Krakow.
All right. In your time on the investigation, did each of the rooms have this dimmer switch installed?
From my knowledge, yes.
Okay. Who has control of this dimmer switch?
The security guard that was anybody within the establishment did, but the one that would control it at the time was the security guard that was assigned to watch the surveillance cameras.
Based on your investigation and interviews, what was the purpose of having these lights turned down or off?
Primarily for the privacy of the customer, and that if law enforcement requested subpoena of any surveillance footage, we would not see anything.
Okay. Each room had a camera in it, you had said, correct?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. And these were generally monitored at all times, you had said, correct?
From my knowledge, yes.
Okay. In your investigation or your knowledge of the establishment, were there times when it wasn't monitored?
I wouldn't be able to answer that question.
These cameras in the VIP rooms, did they record or just live feed?
We were told by staff when I had gone in there numerous times to ask, they said they did not record. However, we have seen from previous or later subpoenas that they did record. At the time, during when I was investigating it, we never got surveillance footage confirmed from on the border.
Surveillance footage confirmed from on the border within the VIP room?
Correct.
From your investigation and based on your understanding, well, I'll get to that section in a second. Who is Brian Hopkins?
Brian Hopkins was a manager, kind of the head manager, and oversee the day-to-day operations at On the Border.
Did he eventually become involved in your investigation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What role did he have, or what happened? How did he get involved in your investigation?
Primarily in my investigation, I was also at the same time, this investigation was kind of twofold between the establishment of On the Border as well as traffickers that were operating their victims through On the Border. During interviews and other warrants, I was able to confirm that the management knew of the traffickers and were also profiting from the traffickers, primarily Brian Hopkins.
How was Brian Hopkins how is he profiting from either prostitution at the location or from these traffickers?
He would fire a he would fire a dancer for some kind of rule violation inside the club. in order for the dancer to get her job back or be allowed back in the establishment, he would require a payment. That payment typically came from the traffickers through the victims or the dancers.
Okay. Did you and/or other law enforcement eventually interview Brian Hopkins?
Yes,
Okay. And in terms of the management structure you had identified previously, then he would be in that second tier, not ownership, but management?
correct.
Okay. Did you determine how long he worked it on the border?
I would defer to P.O. Krakow for that.
Okay. For most of the interview component of Brian Hopkins, was that Officer Krakow?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you familiar with then, I don't want to get too far in the weeds on specific details, but when you had interviewed some of the women that were involved, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What is the time range in terms of when these acts were occurring at On the Border?
Can you rephrase the question as to these acts? It's very broad.
Fair enough. The prostitution acts.
From our investigation, it was, or from when I started my investigation, it was from 2019, 2020 to current time in the investigation.
What was current time of the investigation? You said he
It would have
left.
been in 2025.
Okay. Did you receive any statements or information from these individuals tending to identify how or what management knew about the prostitution acts?
Yes.
All right, can you identify and describe some of that?
They stated that it was a very common, well-known, accepted form of behavior inside the establishment to perform sex acts. However, there was rules behind it. One of the one of the main rules was that a dancer was not allowed to take a customer out of the establishment and arrange for a sex at a house or a hotel. They stated, the individuals that I interviewed stated that the club would not benefit from a sex act that happened outside of their premise. Therefore, they would allow it and wanted to keep it inside the establishment.
Were you involved in any component of the investigation related to how or what Brian Hopkins had discussed with management at all, or ownership?
I would defer to P.O. Krakow on that one.
Right. If you know, in what ways did the bar benefit financially from prostitution?
Could you just rephrase that?
Sure. I mean, I guess I'll ask first without assuming, did the bar benefit financially through your investigation from prostitution?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the difference between a normal VIP dance or whatever would happen in the VIP rooms and a prostitution act? How would that change from the club's perspective?
Sure. On top of interviewing victims and previous dancers at the club, I also interviewed numerous prior customers that received sex acts there. Through those interviews, they stated it was well known within the gentleman club industry in the Milwaukee area that if you wanted to receive a sex act, that On the Border was the place to go. Therefore, it boosted their customers and their revenue by allowing it and knowing that they could get special treatment at On the Border versus other clubs in the area.
Would women charge more for these sex acts and keep the money? Well, would women charge more for these sex acts at On the Border?
Typically, it was up to the individual. They could set their own prices. There was no set price for, let's say, full service sex versus oral sex. The customer, or I'm sorry, the female dancer would set the rate.
Okay. And On the Border was given a component of the money that was made by that female through those tips and that tip process, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And through this pattern that you've identified, whether it's Brian Hopkins hiring or rehiring people back and getting proceeds, or bouncers dimming lights and doing different things, different staff was paid to help promote sex acts On the Border, correct?
Yes, sir.
Based on your investigation and your understanding of the investigation, were the sex acts only occurring On the Border because of Brian Hopkins?
Solely on Brian Hopkins, no.
Okay. What other factors at the location contributed to or allowed for prostitution to continue?
The entire staff knew it was going on and allowed it to happen.
All right, other than these interviews and the women and Brian Hopkins, did law enforcement, and you kind of already testified about what, if anything, the public knew, but did you look into different forums or information that's publicly available?
Yes, sir.
All right, and what, I guess, describe or identify what that would have been?
There's a website called US Sex Guides, and it is a website for prostitution, massage parlors that provide sex services, escort reviews, as well as strip club reviews.
Okay. Was On the Border referenced in that website?
Yes,
All right. And this is a publicly available website? It's not like on the dark web or whatever it is?
it is a public website.
All right. And what, if anything, did you learn from reviewing those forum posts?
When I reviewed them, there was numerous comments during the time of my investigation that On the Border was the place to go for sex acts and to receive them. Numerous people made comments on how to receive them, what it was like. They would also review different females that you could get more services from.
There's a component in the complaint for the license, it's paragraph 12 of count 1, which references one of those comments. If I read it to you from the complaint, could you identify whether or not that's one you had seen?
Yes, if you read it.
Okay. It says, these forums include information such as, with the passing of Danny last month, I recently heard from some of the girls that some changes have been instituted over the past few days at On the Border. Apparently, tipping security no longer ensures the lights can be turned off in the VIP rooms anymore. End quote. Is that consistent with one of the posts that you had reviewed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Who's Danny?
They're more than likely referencing Danny Hay, who was the previous owner of On the Border.
All right. How did his ownership end?
He passed away.
Okay. Do you remember when?
I believe it was in July of 2024.
Okay. The post, I don't know who made it, how accurate it is. Does it reflect the pattern that you identified from the females in terms of how these sex acts were allowed to occur On the Border?
Yes,
Okay. But apparently something had changed, or with the passing of Danny last month, new policies or something along those lines, correct?
correct.
Okay. Any other search or physical evidence of prostitution at the location?
Yes.
What would that be?
We conducted a trash pull.
What's a trash pull?
Trash pull is we would have, in this case, it was John's Disposal, collect the dumpster from the property on the border, which is abandoned property at that point. And then there was a search of the contents within the dumpster.
Okay. Anything of note within the dumpster from the trash pull?
Numerous used condoms.
Can you fathom any reason other than why condoms are used, why used condoms would be in the trash for a strip club?
Objection, it's totally speculative.
Sustain.
Based on your investigation, do you have any information on why or how those condoms were there?
Through the use of sex acts.
Okay. Do they sell condoms at the location?
Yes.
How are condoms sold at the location?
Inside the bathroom, the men's bathroom, there would be a gentleman that was not always there, but would hand out condoms to customers.
Do they have any of those like vending machines as well or no?
I do not recall.
Okay. In speaking with any of the women, did they reference using condoms for these sex acts?
Yes.
Okay. And you weren't heavily involved in the interviews of Brian Hopkins, correct?
That is correct.
I'm sorry, counsel, could you restate that question and could you restate that answer?
Sure, I just was confirming because I have a few other avenues to go, but he wasn't involved in the predominant interviews of Brian Hopkins.
And I was not involved in those interviews.
Was not. Thank you.
Related to your investigation and the components of the investigation you were involved in, as wide and broad as the question could be, is there anything I missed that you think is important that would be probative towards showing knowledge of the prostitution on the border?
Yes.
Okay, can you explain?
During the course of this investigation, it started with a federal investigation on the establishment. Therefore, we used numerous resources. Obviously, they were not charged federally, and they are charged through the state's court system. However, through the federal system in my investigation, there was confidential informants involved in this investigation. Confidential informants that were signed and agreed to work. They confirmed the statements that were given even after the passing of Daniel Hay and when Jerry resumed responsibility at the club.
Just so I understand that statement, are you saying that the passing of Danny Hay, wasn't the end of when prostitution was occurring at On the Border?
That is correct. It continued. However, there was changes made inside the establishment.
Are you at liberty to identify what those changes were?
The camera systems, from my knowledge, as well as some of the lighting, as well as who was allowed to actually conduct these sex acts, was much more limited, and it wasn't, in a phrase, it wasn't a free-for-all. It was more controlled.
Okay. Before I move on, and I'm a little remiss for not asking it right off the bat and setting the table easier. This has been a pretty long, years-long investigation, correct?
That is correct.
How come this information didn't come out to council members or the police department or the bar before this point?
Yes. Usually when you guys are going to agree whether to renew licensing and stuff, you ask for police calls, contacts, and everything that would be at an establishment so you guys could make an appropriate decision. Due to this investigation, the magnitude of people that knew about the investigation or had ties to On the Border, most of that information during this was kept from you to basically to preserve the sanctity of the investigation.
When approximately did this information become more viably public?
recently. I don't know the exact timeframe, but usually pretty much when everybody started getting charged with felony crimes.
Okay. Now, I know there was a letter that On the Border had provided to the police department. Are you aware of that? Or not the police department, to the, I think, Common Council. Are you aware of that?
I am aware of it.
And that was in December, I think, of. Just make sure. December 31st of 2025?
That is correct.
What information was publicly available then?
There was 4 individuals arrested in a few weeks prior to that for human trafficking out of On the Border.
Okay. So they were arrested, but no criminal charges or anything along those lines
They were criminally charged.
at that time in December?
Yes.
Okay. And there was subsequent information that came up to light in like June of this year, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And is that kind of the final component, not final as in not secretive anymore, but the investigation has somewhat concluded as to On the Border at this point, or is it still ongoing?
It's still an ongoing investigation.
Okay. Moving off of count 1, I'm going to go and jump forward a bit to count 5, being the disorderly house. It's a weird name for a violation. It comes straight out of Chapter 125, Sub 12, effectively speaking to whether or not the bar, as it's operated, is indecent, profane. I can get the exact language, but you helped to compile the spreadsheet that exists in the complaint for count 5, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And that reflects calls from 2018 to 2026?
Correct.
All right. How or why did those calls make it their way onto this list?
It was a synopsis of how many crucial, I wouldn't say crucial, how many investigation calls that the Franklin Police Department were dispatched to for or at On the Border.
All right, at On the Border specifically. Are there
Correct.
other calls that would not have been or aren't included on this that relate to On the Border or had some component of On the Border involved but weren't on this list?
Yes.
For example, if somebody left, and I'm not saying you can or cannot testify, but if somebody left the premises, say for an OWI, and got stopped someplace else, would that be on this list?
No.
Okay. This is just when officers were dispatched to On the Border.
That is correct.
All right. Necessarily being on this list, does that mean that On the Border did something wrong?
No.
No, okay. So some of these could be founded, some could be unfounded. They run the gamut.
Correct.
All right. In essence, these are just the times police officers had to get called for On the Border.
Correct. Those are the ones with investigations. Obviously, we have numerous 911 hangups, things like that, but these are the ones that require like an investigation or additional follow-up.
Okay. Based on your training experience and information and exposure to the community here, how do the calls for service, at least the frequency of calls for service at On the Border, relate to other bars in the community?
On the Border has a vast call volume within the Franklin Police Department. It utilizes a lot of resources, not with only in the patrol level, but also in the investigation and detective level. It also runs the gamut from sexual assaults, shootings, robberies, frauds, thefts, batteries. In comparison to other establishments, similar in the sense that they can sell alcohol within the city, it's not even close to the amount of calls and the types of calls at those establishments versus On the Border.
You've kind of touched on it, but if the frequency is not even close, can you touch on the severity of the calls for service at On the Border versus other bars?
Yes, the severity of the calls at On the Border are way more significant in the mass number than at other establishments.
Is there anything unique that the police department has had to do because of On the Border and the calls for service versus what they do for other bars?
Yes, at the time of this investigation, the Franklin Police Department was not involved in a task force position. When I got involved with this case, it actually took away my detective role, so we were without a detective for some time, as well as currently we were without a patrol officer because he is currently in this task force. It's primarily, my majority of my workload was investigating On the Border and human trafficking, or the human traffickers that were operating out of On the Border. So therefore, financially, there was a big burden, and the city went without a detective for some time, and as well as currently going without a patrol officer.
Specific, and very similar to my question on count 1, but specific to count 5, through your experience with On the Border as it relates to it being a disorderly house, do you have anything else to add?
There was a lot in the investigation of the use of narcotics inside the establishment, all the way from marijuana to fentanyl and cocaine.
Okay. I wasn't going to touch on that too much because I wasn't sure if you did those interviews. I guess explain to me the scope of your knowledge for the drug use at the location or the premises.
Well, personally, I've been on the Border numerous times throughout this investigation in some kind of capacity. Immediately when you walk inside On the Border in the breezeway, you are overwhelmed with the smell of marijuana coming instantly out when you open the door. Also, through my interviews, there was numerous individuals that advised of cocaine and fentanyl sales inside the establishment.
Do you have a general timeline for when those were occurring, those sales?
It continued through the entirety of my investigation. It came up numerous times.
Okay. Did the bar do anything, based on your investigation, did you see any action or activity from the bar to curtail that activity?
No,
Okay. Was it all happening within the bar or external to the bar as well?
both.
Okay. You were about to say something.
I was going to say that if they did have knowledge about it, they never contacted the police department for any assistance in that problem.
Okay. So you don't recall being involved in abating drug problems at, or being called by management or ownership to help abate the drug problem?
Not to my knowledge.
All right. Are you aware of an incident which was identified in count 2, paragraph 16, which talks about an incident on October 14th, 2025, related to someone receiving Narcan?
I am aware of that
Okay.
incident.
That incident itself exists on the spreadsheet that you helped create that's used in exhibit, or count 5, correct?
That is correct.
Were you involved in the interview of Brian Hopkins when he referenced that incident?
I was not.
Okay. Officer Krakow was, though?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you know if Narcan has been, I guess before I get into the details, do you know if Narcan was used or administered on anybody at On the Border through or during your investigation?
I don't recall.
Okay. And just to tie this to the license in general, we're here on the 2026 license, which was just 26 to 27 license, which was just renewed. I've also referenced in the complaint the 2025 license. The prostitution activity occurred up through and to the 2025 license at the very least, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And had been, at least in your investigation, originating somewhere around, not originating, but you're aware of it occurring, starting when, generally?
2019, 2020.
All right. I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Counselor?
You never witnessed prostitution yourself, correct?
Correct.
You never went in there, into On the Border, and solicited a girl to perform sex acts at the club. Is that true?
That is true.
And this investigation's been going on for, you said, since 2019, so that's 7 years about?
There was a beginning of the investigation that started in 2019. However, the federal investigation opened in 2022.
So it started in 2019, though, correct?
There was investigation On the Border for this, but those facts fizzled out.
I'm not trying to pull teeth here or
Yeah.
be difficult. The investigation started in 2019, correct?
There was a investigation that I was not a part of in 2019.
And, all right, so you were funded by the federal government as part of this investigation, correct?
The city of Franklin was reimbursed for my time as I was working this investigation.
And when you have the federal government involved in an investigation, you have other resources, correct?
That is correct.
You have surveillance capabilities.
That is correct.
You have the ability to hire paid informants to go into the club, correct?
That is correct.
You have the ability to fly drones or an unlimited number of resources that Franklin PD might not otherwise have, correct?
That is correct.
All right. You talked about CIs. Did you ever send a CI into On the Border who was successful at soliciting a dancer to perform a sex act in the club?
We would never, there was against policy to do that, so that was not a part of that we never even requested that.
That's against your policy?
When I was operating at the time as a task force officer, their policy.
So over the 7 years that this investigation has been going on, no CI has ever successfully solicited a dancer for commercial sex acts. Is that true?
To my knowledge, yes.
All right. Now, this investigation primarily targeted human traffickers that were not affiliated with On the Border, correct?
As in they were not employed there? Yes.
Correct. In fact, there were 4 individuals that were charged in Milwaukee County for human trafficking, correct?
There was 3.
I'm sorry, 3. And those 3 individuals were not employed by On the Border, correct?
Those 3 were not.
And those 3 individuals who are currently charged with human trafficking, their allegations of human trafficking span numerous states. Is that true?
That is true.
Florida, Louisiana, Illinois, Wisconsin, correct?
That is correct.
And those individuals, when did those individuals come to the attention of law enforcement?
I discovered who they were or identified them early on in my investigation, so I would say 2023, the beginning of 2023.
And they came to your attention unrelated to OTB, isn't that true?
That is not true.
Isn't it true that those individuals were posting things on social media, showing their cars, their jewelry, and making other references towards the colloquial term of pimping?
To clarify, I had no idea who these individuals were. I identified them through talking through patrons On the Border. They were the ones, those interviews stated these 3 pimps are the individuals that are operating out of On the Border, and that's how I identified them.
When you say operating out of On the Border, these people had various girls working for them all over, not all over the country, but in numerous states, correct?
I already answered that question, but yes.
And primarily, the basis of your allegations today are that Brian Hopkins, based on Brian Hopkins' interview, is that correct?
Could you clarify that?
Sure. You interviewed Brian Hopkins numerous times, correct?
I did not know.
He was interviewed numerous times.
That
true?
is correct.
And it wasn't until his third or fourth interview where he implicated OTB as being complicit with the actions that he was taking, true?
I believe to answer that question, you would have to ask P.O. Krakow.
Earlier, you testified that this investigation began with a human trafficking investigation that later looped in on the border.
This investigation started with the anonymous letter that there was prostitution going on on the border.
And did you ever speak to that individual?
It was an anonymous letter.
Did you ever
No.
follow up with him? No, it was just somebody that said they went there and what happened?
That they received full service sex inside the room and that wanted to bring it to our attention.
So somebody that paid another woman to perform a commercial sex act sent an anonymous letter to Franklin Police Department?
We just received a letter with those statements. I don't
Okay.
know what actually happened.
Once you got that statement, what did you do?
Started looking into the potential of the validity of the allegation.
And that was in 2019.
Incorrect.
Well, you said,
No, the letter was submitted in 2022.
okay.
There was a previous investigation that I had no part in. That was in 2019.
And that investigation resulted in no findings, which is why nothing went from it and it fizzled, as you said.
Correct.
Now, your information that you're testifying today is not firsthand knowledge, correct? It's all statements by other people that have people that have made other statements to you.
Victims as well as review of devices, search warrant returns. So yes, there were multiple statements, but also physical evidence off of devices and search warrant returns.
What did you get off the physical devices?
I can't comment on that right now. Due to criminal charges. and
Criminal
that
charges
investigation.
have been filed. These are public matters at this point. We're in a hearing publicly in front of the whole common council, and you're testifying to a lot of assertions. I'm asking you, aside from statements that you received from other people, you said you have other evidence that resulted from search warrants and examination of devices. What other information?
Like I said, as of right now, I have to stick to the criminal complaint that was presented by the district attorney's office, and I cannot elaborate anymore on further reports that I'll later have to testify to.
Just so we're clear, you're refusing to answer the question, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you said when you walk on the border, there's a main entrance, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you have to check in with a bouncer, true?
Not at the main entrance of the breezeway, but when you go to, which would be the west side of the building, there is a booth or a check-in area, and typically there is a bouncer there.
And there's a driver's license reader at that point. When you walk in on the border, you have to provide your driver's license, correct?
The beginning of my investigation, there was not one. Currently, there is.
How long has there been one in place?
I don't recall when it was placed.
Is it 1 year, 4 years, 7 years?
I don't recall, sir.
Were you ever able to get the data from that information to see who is patronizing the club?
Me personally, that would be a question for P.O. Krakow.
Now, you testified that there are owners of the club. Do you know who the owners of the club are?
The original owners were Danny and Jerry Hay.
The current licensees.
Is Jerry Hay and his wife.
You don't know her name?
I'm drawing a blank, sir. Mary.
And then you said that the club receives its money from the sale of alcohol and tips from dancers privately contracted. primarily, correct?
To my knowledge, yes.
And you said that the dancers receive money and they're required to tip other staff, including, you said managers.
Correct.
How do you know that?
From interviews with them as well, in the trash pull, there was envelopes with money amounts. The dancers would tell me that they would have to put their money in an envelope, and it would be dispersed to different members, whether it was a DJ, VIP host, and that was also recovered in the trash pull, those envelopes.
So earlier you said managers. How do you know managers were tipped by the dancers?
Because usually they would also be like names on some of the envelopes that were discovered.
Which managers were receiving tips? Specifically names.
I recall Hopkins for sure, but I don't know if there was any more or any less.
And Brian Hopkins has been charged criminally, correct?
That is correct.
And you don't know of any other manager that received tips directly from a dancer?
I don't recall.
You indicated that 15 to 20 females were interviewed that had some involvement with prostitution at On the Border.
That is correct.
Were those women performing prostitution acts outside of On the Border?
Yes, sir.
And those women are classified as victims in this case, correct?
Yes, some are, and then there was some that did not want to press any charges or be a victim.
So if they chose not to be a victim, then they're not a victim. But if they want to cooperate with police because they were committing crimes, they're now a victim. Is that correct?
That is incorrect.
What makes
There is a difference between a woman working independently without the use of a trafficker.
And in this case, the traffickers are the three individuals that don't work at On the Border, correct?
Correct.
Nobody from On the Border ever told one of these female dancers that they have to perform sex acts, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
In fact, you're aware that there's policies and procedures specifically against performing commercial sex acts as part of their employment requirements.
I know that's what it says on paper.
So there is in fact written rules regarding
That's their internal rules.
prostitution.
That's their internal rules.
Right. Now, you said the pattern of conduct was that a female would seek out a customer to solicit the customer for prostitution?
Throughout the course of the investigation, there was different ways. Sometimes an employee staff would say to a customer, a high-paying customer, there was also On the Border has VIP cards for people that spend a large amount of money there, and therefore they get better treatment from the staff. And sometimes they would pick out, they know that customer's type of woman that they like and prefer, and therefore they would sometimes get introduced by management. Other women would go out and just start seeing what individuals were paying attention to them and then offer sex acts inside rooms.
You're aware that anyone can buy a VIP card at On the Border?
I am not aware.
And now, just because you have a VIP card doesn't mean you're there to solicit a commercial sex act, correct?
Not, can you rephrase that?
Just because you have a VIP card doesn't mean you're at On the Border to solicit a commercial sex act.
Correct.
In fact, they have a whole VIP area with a separate bar.
Correct.
Are you aware what a VIP card gets you?
I do not know the exact points or the rewards points on how it works. No, I'm going off of these statements from individuals that were high customers that provided statements to me that were holders of VIP cards.
Did they tell you that the only thing a VIP card got them was free admission to the club and access to the VIP area?
They did not.
How many individuals did you interview with a VIP card?
4.
What are their names?
I can't answer that right now.
So earlier, when you testified that the pattern of conduct is that a female would seek out a customer, that's not exactly accurate. There's all sorts of ways that commercial sex acts happen in the world, true? A man can ask a woman to solicit a woman, true?
You could ask, just because I said one thing, there's numerous ways this took place. I can't specify to the countless times there was sex acts going on inside the club at how it was always coordinated. It wasn't a playbook by only one way to coordinate. There was multiple ways. Yes, to answer your question, there are many ways people can engage in sex.
And all the VIP rooms on the border are monitored by surveillance, true?
To my knowledge,
In fact, all of those rooms, none of those rooms have doors that lock, correct?
correct.
Most are open, or three walls are closed, and there's either a curtain or beads, correct?
Correct.
And there's other patrons in those areas walking around, true?
Outside of the booth with the closed beads or anything, yes, there's other patrons on the other side of that.
You said that the way this pattern of conduct works is that the female dancer and the customer agree on a price, and then the female exits the room and seeks to have the lights lowered, true?
True.
And who does the female dancer ask to have the lights lowered?
I already testified to this. She goes to the bouncer that is monitoring the surveillance cameras.
And who was the bouncer during this period of time?
It was a bouncer that was assigned that position at the shift. It was numerous people, but whoever was seated in that position, and that was a responsibility for the night, that was the one that did it.
You don't have any names?
I don't recall all the names of every single sex act at this time.
Do you have one name on one specific?
What I can testify to is that they were employed as a security guard by On the Border.
And it's your testimony that they were tipped specifically to turn off lights?
Correct.
When you say turn off lights, they would turn the lights all the way off?
They would dim it so there was nothing seen on the surveillance camera. Whether they were all the way off or they were lowly dimmed, I could not testify to that.
Have you reviewed the surveillance system at On the
I
Border?
already testified to that I have not.
So you don't know whether or not you can see in the room with the lights dimmed or not, true?
At the time, the surveillance, every time we went into On the Border to ask for surveillance, they stated it did not exist, or Brian Hopkins stated he would provide it for me, which he never would.
Well, that's not true, because he provided what's part of the subject of this
It's
complaint.
stated every time I requested, I did not request the one that you are referencing. You asked if I saw it, and I stated no.
You also indicated that sex happens in vehicles outside of On the Border.
There was individuals that stated that, yes.
Any calls for service for somebody engaging in lewd or lascivious conduct in the parking lot?
Not to my knowledge.
So nobody's witnessed any of these sex acts occurring in the parking lot?
As I stated, that's what I was told by individuals.
And so if there was in fact sex act occurring inside of a vehicle, presumably that could explain why there was a condom in the dumpster, true?
Potentially.
You're familiar, other bars, you've been a police officer for, I think, 15 years or so. People have engaged in sexual intercourse in cars pretty regularly, true?
True.
And that can happen in the parking lot of On the Border. It can happen in a field by a farm, right? Could happen anywhere.
It could. However, some of the condoms were located inside garbage bags that were from inside the establishment and not just loosely thrown.
You talked about condoms being available at On the Border. Were you able, or any of the investigators able to obtain condoms from the individual in the bathroom?
No.
So again, that's just something somebody told you that you can get condoms?
Yes. There was also multiple people, not just one person told me that.
Do you know how the controls for the lighting work at On the Border?
You got to be more specific than that.
How can the lights be dimmed in the VIP rooms at On the Border?
I have personally never physically seen the switch, so I could not testify on how the switch or the electrical is hooked up on that switch.
You said cameras did not record, but later subpoenas showed that they did record.
Correct.
Explain what that means.
Explain how we got a video. There was a search warrant given. There was multiple requests to release a video that you guys will see in a little bit. Therefore, they did not release it, so we had to get a search warrant for that video, and therefore that video, we received it from the owners.
You're not talking about the camera footage from inside the VIP rooms, though. You're talking about the camera footage from inside the bar area, correct?
Correct.
Now, you talked a lot about Brian Hopkins, who, again, he's been criminally charged with being at least complacent with the sex workers or the pimps that had come around the area. Is that true?
That is true.
And his involvement specifically as it relates to your testimony today was about if a dancer was fired for a rule violation, in order for her to come back, he required a payment.
Yes,
Why would a dancer be fired?
for breaking one of the rules.
That could be any rule.
I've heard from women being fired from there for multiple reasons.
So the club itself does fire women or dancers if they are in violation of the rules, true?
They were fired. Some of them, I don't know what they were exactly fired for. Some of them were fighting with other dancers. There's a ton of examples of when women were fired and what they were fired for.
And so if you got a rogue general manager who's taking a kickback essentially to give someone back their job, that could be for any reason that they were fired, right? Not specifically getting fired for a sex act.
Yeah, it could be for anything.
You also said a dancer's not allowed to take customers to a different place, that was a rule that was implemented. True?
Correct.
In fact, there was a woman who did dance at OTB who was arrested and charged for keeping a place of prostitution. Isn't that true?
I don't know what you're referencing.
You know, from been part of this investigation a long time, you know that one of the a woman that at some point worked at OTB, who was fired from OTB, has since been arrested and charged related to this investigation for keeping
I
up
understand what
prostitution.
I understand. I didn't know who you were referencing, but now I understand. Yes, there was a female that was arrested.
And that female was charged for keeping a place of prostitution at a location not on the border, correct?
Correct.
It was her residence, in fact, true?
True.
That would indicate that dancers would take customers or introduce themselves to customers and make arrangements to commit commercial sex acts some other place at some other time, true?
I'll object to the form of the question and calls for speculation.
Agreed. Can you just rephrase it?
When you testified that there was a rule that dancers are not allowed to take a customer to a different place, the fact that a dancer did take customers to her residence to commit commercial sex acts would indicate that that rule was not followed. True?
It was also true, there was also a different way that some women that brought in a lot of money and a lot of customers got to bend the rules and do different things inside the establishment because of the amount of money and clientele that she brought into the club.
Now, you talked about how OTB benefits from prostitution. You said that it boosted customer base and revenue because it was a known place for prostitution.
Correct.
How many additional customers went to On the Border versus going to some other gentleman's club?
I was advised by numerous people, patrons, as well as former staff that had worked there, former dancers that had worked there, that during that time frame, they called it the Wild Wild West in their words, as anything went, and the business was booming because of the reviews and everything that they were getting.
What period of time was this that you're referencing?
From the beginning of 2022 to the course of the completion of my investigation. Actually, let me take that back. 2022 to roughly end of 2024.
So you don't have any data or figures to support that assertion, do you?
No, I didn't take a head count of how many people are in there. I'm going off of statements as well as from victims as well as customers inside the establishment.
You also said that there was no set price for sex acts, that the dancers were free to set their own rates.
Correct.
That would indicate that the management didn't have a specific policy related to the cost of performing a sex act, true?
True.
You said they would pay On the Border from the money that they made performing commercial sex acts.
They would tip, there would be different tip amounts, correct?
I'm talking about to the company itself. What money did the company receive directly from commercial sex acts?
I don't know what the company received because the women would give it to the house dads or the managers, so I don't know what the company actually received from that money.
You talked about an online forum, USA Sex Guides, which is a website, correct?
That is correct.
And out of the 7 or so years this investigation has been open, you referenced 4 posts in the complaint.
That is a small snippet of the post. I personally reviewed probably hundreds.
You don't know the authors of any of those posts, correct?
They have names on there, but other than that, do I know that 100% positive identification? No, I do not.
You didn't interview any of those people, true?
True.
Throughout your investigation, nobody made any allegations that Jerry or Mary Hay had any knowledge or involvement in allowing or tolerating commercial sex acts, correct?
During the course of my can you just say that one more time? Sorry.
Sure. During the course of your investigation, not a single person that you interviewed indicated that Jerry or Mary Hay had any involvement in the prostitution that allegedly occurred at On the Border.
In the portion of my investigation, no, but I would also have to reference P.O. Krakow's portion of the investigation to confirm the entirety of that question. But for me, no.
So the only person that was named as part of the ownership group was Danny Hay, who's deceased and not able to defend himself, correct?
Correct. Danny Hay was mentioned numerous times that he received sex acts inside the club as well as allowed it to happen.
Who's now deceased since
I
2024.
testified was deceased in July of 2024, yes.
And that information primarily came from Brian Hopkins, correct?
That is incorrect. That was also through interviews that I conducted.
Of who?
Individuals,
Which individuals?
former dancers, customers, and other previous staff members there.
You keep talking about the customers you interviewed. How many customers were interviewed?
I don't have the exact number, but if I had a ballpark, 12-ish, if I had a ballpark.
And how many of those customers have been charged with crimes?
0. This was a federal investigation at the time, and there was no federal statute to charge for that.
Now it's a state investigation, though. There's state criminal charges.
However, most of it was under grand jury subpoena.
You were asked about the letter that was provided by Mary and Jerry Hay to the Common Council.
That is correct.
That letter came after the 3 individuals and Brian Hopkins were charged.
That is correct.
That information was public based on a criminal complaint and other news articles, correct?
That is correct.
Now, you also talked about this being count 5 when we're talking about the spreadsheet that you created. There were 91 calls listed on that spreadsheet. Is that true?
Yes.
Are those all the calls that were specifically related to On the Border in terms of a call for service at that location?
It's not all of them that were at that location. There were some that were like 911 misuse or hangups or pocket dials, that kind of stuff, but ones that officers actually investigated, yes.
When you say investigated, they were actually dispatched.
We were dispatching the 911 misuse and everything, but there was no findings or it didn't take much of a police response, I should say.
And that's a period over 96 months, correct?
Correct.
So that would be less than 1 call per month on average?
These are the calls that we investigated from there, yes.
So again, that's less than 1 per month, correct?
Correct.
You said that On the Border, that volume of calls far exceeds any other bar or tavern in the area.
That is correct.
How many other bars are there in Franklin?
I don't know the exact number. That would be a question, but there are numerous bars.
Are there any bars that are of the same size as On the Border?
There are comparable ones, yes.
And based on my research, it appears that that's about the average, 0 to 1 call per month per bar for a large establishment.
Like I testified to, the call volume that we receive at On the Border greatly is significantly more than any other bar in the city of Franklin. So no, they are not the same.
None of those other bars are gentlemen's clubs, correct?
That is correct.
And a lot of those calls are On the Border calling for service, correct?
I don't know the exact of who the caller is at this point, but we've received calls from them. And we receive calls from other patrons.
And you testified about the use of narcotics in the establishment. You said that when you walk in the door, it smells immediately of THC.
That is correct.
Is that every time?
Every time.
You ever been to the Milwaukee County Courthouse?
Yes, I have.
It smells like marijuana there every day, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
In fact, it smells like marijuana all over the city in many locations, true?
True. However, when you go into any of the other bars or establishments, it is greatly pronounced and way more prevalent at On the Border. In comparison to other establishments, I have not had that reaction to other local bars in the area.
But you have at the Milwaukee County Courthouse.
The Milwaukee County Courthouse, yes, I have.
In fact, every time you get in an elevator at the Milwaukee County
I already
Courthouse,
answered the question. Yes, Milwaukee County Courthouse, I have smelled marijuana.
you talked about people selling drugs On the Border. How many arrests have been made specifically for narcotics transactions?
There have been numerous arrests made there.
People that possess drugs, not necessarily for dealing drugs, though, correct?
No, there was distribution and intent charges as well out of the parking lot.
How many times?
I don't have the exact number offhand right now, but ones that I can remember, I would say 5 to 6.
In the parking lot?
Yes.
When those arrests were made, did those involve employees of On the Border?
No.
So they were customers,
Patrons or customers, yes.
or maybe just people in the
Or-
parking lot?
or
that
maybe just-
meet me at the parking lot?
Like I said, the arrest took place in the parking lot and they did not involve an employee.
And throughout all of these investigations, has an employee ever been arrested at On the Border for distributing narcotics?
Within the establishment,
Yes.
not to my knowledge.
Are you aware of a man, well, one sec. Do you recall an incident that occurred in late 2024 or early 2025 where a gentleman was removed from On the Border for trying to buy narcotics? Once he was out in the parking lot, he called 911. Police arrived, and then he got in a physical altercation with police.
I know what you are referencing. I don't have a ton of information on that incident, but I do know what you're referencing.
And you'd agree with me that it was On the Border that as soon as they became aware of what the patron was trying to do, which was trying to procure drugs, they kicked him out because that's their policy.
I don't know the circumstance of the case. I just know that there was an altercation with narcotics in the parking lot with an officer.
And then you talked about an incident in October of 2025 where Narcan had to be used for somebody that was overdosing. Do you remember that?
I was aware of the call for service. I was not there, but I just know that there was a call for service for that.
And it's commonplace in today's world for bars to have Narcan on hand just in case a customer or somebody else were to overdose. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In fact, I think the Franklin Police Department gives out Narcan, don't they?
We carry Narcan. I don't know if we I'm sure you can pretty much get it anywhere.
And it's probably not a great question for you, but you were asked, I'm going to follow up on it,
Sure.
about the license renewal that happened a few weeks ago for On the Border.
I'm aware of it, yes.
And that license was renewed well after these allegations were public, true?
True.
And it's only after that the license was renewed that the Franklin Police Department, as the complainant in this case, filed this complaint in this action, correct?
That is correct.
I have no further questions.
Counselor?
Thank you. All right, I just have 2 to 3 quick follow-ups. You were being asked about policy or procedures as to rules for prostitution, and you had made a comment, that's what it says on paper. Do you remember saying something like that?
I do.
Okay, what are you referencing, that's what it says on paper? What do you mean by that?
I've actually seen the rules. I've been provided by On the Border staff applications and rules before. And so I've seen some of their rules that's listed for the dancers to follow. So I've seen it on paper, their house rules or their business rules.
Are those rules applied such that they have deterred prostitution at the location?
No,
Are there certain rules intended to stop prostitution there? Or that's, and I wouldn't say intended, but that's the purpose of them?
I'm not sure what their business rules are.
Are you aware of instances where those rules have been broken and ignored?
Yes, and I would also like to add that there has been numerous times where I would go into on the border during the course of this investigation and talk to a house mom. And attorney, if you would like a name, it's Crystal, the house mom there, Johnson, who I had offered domestic violence resources for the women, as well as shelters and resources for potential victims, because I was worried about their safety, because I was getting information that they were being violently abused. So I actually tried to provide, without giving up information or giving up the investigation, resources for a member of the On the Border to provide to the dancers that she was concerned for.
You had been asked questions about whether there were doors or locking mechanisms on the VIP areas. Recall that line? Questions?
I do recall that.
And there weren't locks. Some of these actually have beads or something, right?
Yeah, from my recollection, or from my memory of everything that I've seen, I mean, they're like kind of like thicker window curtains, like on a slide that you can slide open and close.
But this area is guarded by a VIP security specifically?
The VIP, from when I was in there, I didn't go in there through a lot of this course of investigation because I was doing a lot of things. The booth was kind of on the back, on the side of, there's a door that would face the south, and there, by that exit door, there was like a table office little area, but it was open, and there was monitors there for them to monitor next to the rooms.
Okay, so there's monitors, but there wasn't a specific bouncer assigned or a staff member assigned to this area?
Every time I went in there, there was somebody, when we would do bar checks, when I was on patrol and stuff, there would be a bouncer sitting in that chair watching. Now, it wasn't the same individual every time. I don't know who they would put in that chair, but there was somebody there.
Okay. And then my last little area of question is, council asked about the fact that On the Border did fire dancers on occasion, and you acknowledge that, correct?
Correct.
In your investigation, Mr. Hopkins had begun to rehire some of these women at the behest of the traffickers, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And that's where he was paid cash so that traffickers could reinstall these women into On the Border?
Correct.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Okay,
One
so
follow-up question.
Counselor, one
Please.
follow-up, and then it'll go to the common council.
Yep. You said every time you did bar checks that there would be security at the monitors watching the monitor screens, true?
That is correct. When I personally would do, prior to me being a detective, I was a patrol officer, and it was routinely that we would do bar checks, not only at On the Border, but other bars in the area. And when I personally went there, every time I went in there, I saw somebody sitting there.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Sergeant, at this time, we'll see if there's members of the council that have questions, and including myself, so we'll open it up right now to members of the council. Alderman Salus, please
general-
wait till your name is called for the record. Alderman Salus.
General question, I don't know who got the answer. Inside those rooms, could anyone describe the furniture inside these VIP rooms? What do I see in there if I go in there?
Yes, some of the rooms, I would make it general because there were, some of them were a little bit different. There would be like a booth, like a corner booth of like a restaurant. You would kind of imagine something like that, like a rounded booth. And then there would be like some small, like sometimes there'd be a table in there or something small in the middle. But it was basically kind of like a booth, if you can imagine, like a corner booth of a restaurant.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Other questions from any members of the council? Alderwoman Eichmann.
Roughly what size are these VIP rooms? If you had to guess.
If I had to guess, they were probably 6 feet by 6 by 8, I would say. That's the approximation.
What is the difference between a VIP room and a dancing booth?
So they're different price points. So a dancing booth would be like next to the main stage area. there would be like kind of like a booth, but it'd be open, everybody can see, it's not private. And it would just be a dance. Usually it was like 3 songs for $99, if I remember the price point or something like that. And they would just have a dance kind of in the public of the establishment. A VIP room would be more private when they would close that curtain, and it'd be more spacious so they could be alone.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the common council? See none? Thank you, Sergeant.
Just to do some housekeeping before I forget too much, I'll call Oscar Kobian briefly. I don't care if he stays there or if he has to go up there. I'll defer to the council.
Well, I would like to see anybody questioned over there and sworn in properly by the clerk.
Sounds good.
You want to take a quick break? I don't know how long.
Sir, if you could just, I'm sorry, Counsel?
I was going to ask, can he use the quick bathroom break before
Absolutely.
before his testimony?
Hey, it's nature. So, councils, what I'd like to do now, it's 8:06. I'd like to take a 5-minute recess up here, and then we can all reconvene, okay, at 8:11? All right?
Thank you.
Kelly, let me know. It's 8:13 PM. We are back in open session. Madam Clerk, would you like to swear the gentleman in?
Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony which you shall give in the matter now at this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please state and spell your name.
C-A-R-C-O-B.
Thank you. Mr. Kobian, I'm not going to ask you many questions about the location. I just want to make sure I have the complaint information correct here, so I'm not trying to like play hide the ball, okay? You were served with a copy of the complaint in this matter back on July 9th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you put your initials on it, I think, right?
I believe I signed it.
Okay. Yeah, okay. And on the border, has a license is actually issued to HB and H LLC, correct?
Correct.
And there's 4 licenses effectively on that, which would include the Class B liquor, Class B beer, entertainment, and cigarette license.
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long have you been the licensing agent for On the Border?
I believe it was since June 7th,
June
somewhere around that time
June 7th of what year?
of this year. Sorry.
You were the licensing agent last time too, though, right?
No,
You were not?
that would have been just for the upcoming year. I believe it was Jerry prior to that. I believe it was just when they renewed the license.
You were just the licensing agent, you're saying, for this year?
Correct.
Again, I'm not trying to play hide the ball, I just want to.
Sir, could you just move that microphone closer to you? There you go. Thank you. Councils, do you want the file?
I have a copy of the license here, I'll pass it out.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, you gotta bring out money. Nothing free.
All right, I'll identify this as Exhibit 1, and just, did I hand them all out? I probably gave you one. Okay, so this is what I gave you, it's marked as Exhibit 1, says on the top number 253605, retailer's license, right?
Correct.
Okay, and that's for the license period issued July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2026, correct?
Correct.
And you're listed as the agent on the top left?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know when you became the agent then for that license period?
To my knowledge, right around the beginning of June of this year.
Of 26?
Correct.
Okay. And then you carried over and continued, and you have the license for, I'll identify.
I think, Counselor, these two exhibits don't jive.
5, 26.
Oh, I should.
See what you can do.
They should have been separated out as 5 as 1. I think I have. You're right, they are mixed, I'm sorry. I have another whole packet.
It is a big packet, so we're,
Just because you're referencing, I just want to make sure.
I'll identify that as exhibit 2.
There you go.
What is that one?
The issue date is for July 1st of 26 to June 30th of 27.
Okay, that's the current license then?
Correct. This is the current one.
So you would have started in the prior license period, but you weren't the licensing agent for the entire time?
That is correct.
Got it, understood, all right. And the premises is located at where? What's the location?
10741 South 27th Street on the border. I'm sorry.
right,
107,
right there. Thank you, Oscar.
10741 South 27th Street, which is on the border.
Okay. It's been in operation since approximately 1996?
From what I know, yes.
Okay. Was this your only employment at On the Border, or had you worked at On the Border prior to this point?
I worked at On the Border part-time from 2001, roughly June of 2001 to July or June of 2012.
Okay. The officer had testified about the kind of management structure being owners, managers, house moms and dads, and then like the staff below that. Is that accurate to your recollection?
Yes,
Okay. And recently, as of 2024, because of the death of Danny Hay, was it?
correct.
Danny Hay,
Daniel Hay,
Daniel Hay, and then his brother and brother's wife took over.
correct.
Okay. So is there anything in that first party's licenses, obviously you're not the complainant, but that information is accurate to the best of your knowledge?
You said Exhibit 2, yes. This one, if it was the tail end of it, yes.
Okay. That's literally all I have for you. I have no further questions.
I have no questions at this time. I may recall the witness after the complainant rests.
Thank you.
Okay, if he's gonna be going up again, then we'll save anything up here for later.
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir, excused. You're excused. Next witness,
Thank you. I'm going to be calling Officer Thompson.
Officer Thompson.
Could you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony which you shall give in the matter now at this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state and spell your name, please.
Ryan Thompson, Thompson,
Thank you, sir. How are you employed?
as a police officer for the city of Franklin.
And how long have you been employed as a police officer for the city of Franklin?
Approximately 4 years and 8 months.
Do you have any specialized training or experience in regards to investigating intoxicated individuals?
I do.
Okay, and what kind of training or experience do you have?
I am a certified drug recognition expert.
Okay. Have you yourself investigated OWIs with alcohol involved?
Yes.
I'm calling you out of order. I'm having you here to testify about count 4 related to over-service. Back in April of 2025, do you recall investigating a complaint of theft that took place or occurred On the Border?
I was provided video footage to review regarding this incident, yes.
Okay, so you weren't the officer that arrived on scene or started doing any of this stuff, you reviewed the video?
Correct.
Okay. Generally, from your knowledge, what was the concern or allegations that this individual had posed?
The initial concern was a fraud regarding multiple transactions on this individual's credit card.
Okay. And so based on that complaint or concern, why did you review the video?
I reviewed the video to essentially review the incidents that took place throughout the business.
All right. Long story short, cutting to the chase, ultimately, there was no findings or sufficient findings to take his complaint about fraud credible at that point, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But in your review of the video, I guess, what did you see him doing in the video at the bar?
I saw an individual at a bar ordering numerous drinks, as well as had numerous private dances, it would appear. He was in the VIP room on multiple occasions.
All right. So approximately when does he arrive there, if you know?
Approximately 12:30 p.m.
Okay. And he arrives, does he get a drink?
Immediately upon arriving, he enters the restroom. Following that, he goes to the main bar where he orders his first drink.
Okay. You don't have any baseline for this guy. You didn't track him outside or anything else. You don't know him?
Correct.
All right. At the time you're observing him on video, does he seem to be walking okay?
Yes.
Okay. Any overt impairment that you see or saw?
No.
All right. So he gets his first drink. What happens next?
After he gets his first drink, he proceeds to walk towards the main dance area. He then sits down. He's the only one in that area, followed along with the dancer at that specific area.
Okay. Does he have any more drinks that night?
Approximately 30 minutes later, just after 1 p.m., he reapproaches the bar and gets his second drink.
Okay. What happens next?
After he gets his second drink, he proceeds to go back to the dance area where he originally was. He sits back down. He's there for approximately an hour before he reapproaches the bar and gets his third drink.
Okay. What's next?
After that, he sits at the west end of the bar. He's there for approximately 30 minutes before being approached by a dancer. A short conversation occurred at approximately 3:30 p.m. He walks over to the VIP private bar, or a VIP bar. He orders another drink and proceeds to the VIP room with that dancer. That would be his fourth drink, as well as a shot that he had entered with.
4 drinks and a shot. You said 3:30, so this is in the afternoon.
Correct.
Okay. Not 3:30 in the morning.
3:30 p.m.
All right. Fourth shot and a drink goes into the VIP room. And what happens next?
He's in the VIP room for approximately 35 minutes. I believe it's shortly after 4 p.m. He exits. He goes to the, I believe he goes to the men's restroom briefly before then going back over to the west side of the bar where he sits down. He's there,
Is he done drinking yet?
not yet.
Okay, what happens next?
He's there for approximately 30 minutes where another female dancer approaches him. Another short conversation occurred. He appeared to buy her a beverage. They then go back over to the VIP bar. A transaction that I don't know specifics about occurred. He then went with that specific dancer into a VIP bar or VIP room with his fifth drink.
Okay. Exits the VIP eventually, correct?
Yes.
All right. And is he done drinking yet?
No.
Okay, what happens next?
After that, the female that he had entered with actually exited prior to him. She left for approximately 10 minutes before coming back. They then left the VIP room together, went back over to the VIP bar where he makes another transaction that I do not know the details about. Following this transaction, the bartender hands him a receipt where the bartender instructs him to sign or fill out numerous locations within that receipt. Following that, he then goes with that same dancer to another VIP private room, and he would then enter with his sixth drink as well as a water bottle.
Okay. still on video once he leaves that VIP room again?
Yes.
Okay. Does he appear at this point or at any point prior to this point to become intoxicated?
Yes.
Why do you say that?
Throughout the entirety of the video, he appeared to get progressively more and more intoxicated as the night went on. Specifically, his gait became uncoordinated.
And based on your training and experience, based on the amount of drinks you saw him consume, would that lead a normal person in your experience to become intoxicated?
Objection calls for speculation.
Continue. For that counsel to continue.
Based on your training experience, I think my question was, based on your training experience, would that level of drinks have caused the person to become intoxicated?
I believe that level of drinks would cause a person to become at some level of impairment.
Okay. Was there anything other than his gait that he seemed to be unsteady or uncoordinated at?
On numerous occasions, I observed him stumbling. Specifically, he was uneasy on his feet. I believe there were numerous instances where he had to use something to maintain balance, as in using his arm on a table or something of that nature.
Other than staff directing him or helping him or showing him on the receipt what to do, did staff have any other interactions with him related to money or obtaining money?
After that last instance of him being in the private room, he exited. He attempted to do some sort of transaction with an ATM near the private room. I don't know exactly what happened there. There was poor video footage of that. Following that ATM usage, he proceeds to an ATM at the front of the business. He inserts his credit card, what appeared to be a employee or bouncer for the business approached him and appeared to assist him in whatever he was doing at the ATM.
Okay. Did you make any assessment in your report based on watching the video, whether he was just slightly impaired, medium, heavily impaired?
I believed from the video that I watched, the individual that I was watching to be heavily impaired.
Did his, in your opinion, did his impairment level add to his confusion or cause the confusion for the finances or his initial theft complaint in general?
Objection, that calls for speculation.
I'll rephrase the question.
Please.
In this matter, he thought he was actually drugged or something, correct?
From the initial complaint, I believe so, yes.
Okay. But you didn't have any findings or see any observations of him becoming drugged or anything along those lines, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You did see him have at least 6 drinks and a shot, though, during the time he was at the bar?
That's what I observed him order. I didn't have any video footage from inside the private rooms, so I was not able to determine if he actually finished those drinks that he had taken to those private rooms.
Did it appear to you, based on your observations, that his intoxication level impacted his recollection or how he engaged with his money at the facility?
I'm objecting to that question. It is highly speculative.
Counsel, could you maybe hone that in a little bit?
Yeah, it was pretty poorly worded, I'll admit it. I think I'll just save it for argument later. I don't have any further questions. Well, do you have anything to add based on your report that you had drafted and put together related to your investigation and the level of intoxication of this individual?
Just one more to add. After he was appeared to be assisted at the ATM, he then went to the men's restroom. Following that, he appeared to attempt to leave the business. As he was leaving the business, he was stopped by a female bouncer as well as a male bouncer, escorted back inside the business. Once he was inside the business, he handed over his car keys to a bouncer. He was then escorted to the main bar where he hands over his credit card to the female bouncer. The female bouncer then walks over to the VIP bar, makes what appeared to be a transaction on that credit card, brings over that receipt, he signs the receipt, and then he leaves the bar just prior to 6 p.m., I believe.
Ultimately, there wasn't enough information or sufficient information to say that anything untoward happened to him in terms of his finances? You didn't refer any charges?
I did not specifically know.
Okay, are you aware of whether they were or not?
I don't believe any charges were.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Counsel?
The bar staff took his car keys?
Briefly, yes.
And you don't know anything about this individual, correct?
Correct.
You don't know if he has 5 drinks a day, 10 drinks a day, or this was a unique day for him, right?
Correct.
Now, interestingly, you said you were able to get video.
I was given video from another Franklin Police Department officer
How did you-
regarding this incident.
How did you get that video? Or how did that officer get the video?
I believe a search warrant was drafted for that, but I am not 100% sure. I believe a search warrant, though.
And this individual was in the VIP room, you said 3 times?
3 times, yes.
No allegation of prostitution, correct?
I did not speak with this individual directly.
You didn't see the dancer come out and go talk to the security to turn down the lights, true?
Not to my recollection.
Nothing further.
Questions from the Franklin Common Council? Alderwoman Eichmann.
Did you at any time observe a dancer, a bartender, or any employee taking alcohol into the VIP room?
Not to my recollection, no.
After this patron, you said that they had stopped him, they had taken his keys, brought him back to a bar, so there was some type of financial transaction. After that, then did they hand his keys back to him?
I believe so, yes, but I am not 100% on that information.
Do you know if he then drove away in his own vehicle?
I do not.
Thank you.
Any further questions from any member of the Common Council? Seeing none?
Mayor, I just have a follow-up question if I could.
Council? Yes.
There was no reports of a intoxicated driver that day leaving on the border, correct?
I'm not sure.
Nothing that you're aware of, though.
Not that I'm aware of, no. I would have to review our
Thank you.
Witness excused. Next witness, please.
Thank you. I'll call Officer Fortier.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony which you shall give in the matter now at this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please state your name and spell your name, please.
James Fortier, Fortier.
Sir, how are you employed?
As a patrol officer with the city of Franklin.
And how long have you been a patrol officer with the city of Franklin?
5.5 years.
All right. Do you have a specific shift that you work currently?
Late shift,
What does late shift mean?
11 p.m. to 7 a.m.
Bar time hits in that, correct?
It does.
Okay. Have you had the occasion to get called to On the Border in the last few years?
In my 5-year tenure here at this police department, I have responded to On the Border quite a bit.
Okay. If you know, or if you could say, have you responded to On the Border more frequently, approximately the same, or less than you would have another bar or other bars?
Absolutely. I have responded to On the Border more frequently.
More frequently, okay. You say absolutely, is it a fairly wide margin different?
Yes.
Okay. And the calls for service that you've been engaged in terms of the severity, how do they rate compared to other bars?
Severity, the calls at which we respond to on late shift are generally I would say more dangerous to the extent of weapons calls, unruly customers, narcotics, vehicles, reckless driving, OWIs, crashes.
Just so I'm aware of how that question works out, is that in general your experience on late shift, or is that related to specifically on the border?
That is generally the responses or the calls that I respond to at On the Border compared to the other establishments within the city.
Understood. Have you yourself investigated drug complaints or concerns at On the Border?
Yes.
Okay, can you identify just general timeline and what occurred?
Without having a full write-up of all the calls that I've been to, it's hard to elaborate more onto that one.
So not one specific drug call in particular comes to your mind?
Dealt with a unruly customer and pulled off 16 grams of cocaine from him.
This was a customer from On the Border?
Correct. He was a truck driver from Florida.
Okay. Specific to over-service issues, have you been called or dispatched to On the Border to handle intoxicated individuals?
Yes.
Okay. There's one specific incident that we, I think, identified in the complaint, but I think you have it as November 22nd, 2025, correct?
Correct.
And you were dispatched actually to On the Border on that date, went out there?
Correct.
All right. Do you recall, if anything, what occurred?
There was a male subject, if my knowledge is correct. Male subject was outside the bar. He was, if I'm not mistaken, was removed by staff. He was, I believe, refusing to pay his tab. At that point, somebody ended up covering his tab, told him to order an Uber, which was a 30-minute process to get it through to him. He ended up walking off on his own accord.
And have you investigated, I think I asked this, but if I didn't, I just want to make sure. You have training experience for OWI investigations?
Yes.
Okay. And you've encountered intoxicated individuals as part of your job?
In my experience, I have had hundreds of OWI arrests.
Okay. Did this guy on November 22nd, 2025 appear to be intoxicated?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you remember generally what time it is you went out there?
I can't recall the exact
Okay.
time.
If your CAD report said after 2 o'clock in the morning, would that seem accurate?
Yeah.
Is that when you primarily are out to On the Border, is after 2 o'clock, or is it at all times during your shift?
It's all times.
Okay. Have you had any OWI offenses occur stemming from On the Border?
Yes.
Okay. Any identifying or any way to identify about how many you think you've had?
No.
No, okay. Would those have occurred or been identified on, if you know, on the accounting, kind of the 91 calls that have been referenced?
So a lot of those offenses, I have also been a secondary officer and or a backup officer. But I don't know exactly to the extent to what the 91 calls have entail.
Sure. Were you involved in any capacity in the investigation of the prostitution issue?
No.
Okay. Were you involved at all with the Count 3 staff incident? The fight that took place? If you recall.
I recall it, but I can't remember if I was working it.
Fair enough. Does staff, the call that you actually got dispatched out to originated from staff, correct?
I believe so.
You believe so, okay. If
I-
no.
Yeah, it's there's hundreds of calls I have to remember. I can't recall this exact from CAD notes.
You bet. Okay. If you know, does that seem to be a common trend that staff would call for intoxicated individuals that were being disruptive or not leaving or not paying?
Yeah, it's fair to say.
Okay. All right. Do you have any other commentary on that over-service component, or any of the calls for service you've been involved in it on the border?
Not necessarily.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Counsel?
On that November 22nd, 2025 incident, isn't it true that you were flagged down specifically by Oscar? No, I got it. There was a patrol car that drove by when this individual was outside. Do you remember being flagged down?
I can't recall.
Is it
But-
possible?
It's possible, and I'm seeing a face, and I'm starting to remember correctly.
Okay, so, and you know that Oscar's that is the head of security at On the Border as of now?
Well, as of recently, yeah.
And prior to that, he was part of security?
There's a lot of faces I see.
Okay. You talked about a lot of calls are for dangerous weapons and narcotics. That's not exclusive to On the Border, is it?
Can you be a little more detailed in that?
Oh, I'm just trying to clarify what your statement was you said a lot of late shift calls are more dangerous. They involve weapons and narcotics. I just want to be clear that that spans all of your patrolling.
So regarding establishments, for the matter of,
Not establishments, just in general.
in general?
Yeah.
No.
Calls at night are more dangerous than calls during the day as a police officer, right?
That's not fair to say.
Okay.
Every day is different.
You're aware that On the Border has armed security that begins at 9 p.m., correct?
I don't know. I know they're armed during the hours that I work.
And you know that they wand people for weapons beginning at 9 o'clock, true?
I don't frequently go in there. I don't know their practices.
You never arrested somebody in On the Border with a firearm.
Inside, no.
And that cocaine that you referenced with the truck driver, he was outside, that cocaine was in the cab of his truck, true?
No,
Where was it?
on his person.
Okay. And he was from Florida?
Yes, sir.
And he was a customer, not an employee of the establishment, correct?
Correct.
And he was unruly, so the On the Border staff called for service, correct?
This was years ago. I can't remember the exact situation why he was removed, but that is fair to say.
No other questions?
Counselor?
Just one follow-up. You had started saying regarding establishments when we were talking about the weapons and narcotics. What were you trying to explain there?
The severity of the calls at On the Border during my shift and during my experience compared to the other establishments, the few establishments that the city has, are generally of higher importance. At that time where during that you're generally not going to that establishment as a single patrol officer.
So generally, you don't report individually.
For patrol, we will do frequent checks, but generally it's a common thing on late shift that two officers are responding down there.
Just because I don't know the answer myself, if you're around at bar time, how many bars are around the area? How many bars do you guys patrol?
Seven?
Okay. All right, very good. I have no further questions.
Counselor, follow-up on that?
Yeah, I'm actually very surprised. There's only 7 establishments in Franklin in addition to On the Border that you patrol.
Seven, if I'm going off of my own knowledge. So 7 bars which are covered within the city of Franklin. I believe it's 7 including on the border. Yes.
And you go to those other 7 bars because you've had problems at those bars too, right?
There have been problems there.
Nothing further.
Questions from the council, Franklin Common Council, Alderwoman Cressevitt.
Sorry, I just need a little clarification. You said 16 grams of cocaine. May I ask, is that like considered personal use or intent to distribute or?
In my experience, that is not personal use.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? See none, thank you. You are dismissed. Next witness.
I'm going to be calling my next witness is Officer Jadowitz. Thank you. I keep on trying to get it right.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony which you shall give in the matter now at this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state and spell your name.
Christopher Jadowitz, Christopher. D's.
He's still spelling his last name.
Yeah, I got a ways to go. DZIADOWICZ.
Okay, Counselor, you've got the floor.
Now I can go. Sorry, thank you.
A little aggressive there, sir.
Which is why I can't pronounce it. I apologize. Sir, how are you employed?
Police officer with the city of Franklin.
How long have you been a police officer with the city of Franklin?
Approximately 3.5 years.
All right. Any other law enforcement experience?
Brief while for Milwaukee Police Department.
All right. I'm going to have you talking about 2 different interactions you've had. I'm going to start with a fight that occurred at the bar. Do you recall investigating an employee-involved fight at the bar?
Yes.
Okay. What was your role in that investigation?
I was one of the numerous officers that were dispatched to it. I assisted with speaking with victims, complainants. I spoke with staff members and viewed video evidence.
Excuse me, officer, could you please pull that closer to you?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Let me really bring it in. Oh, it's kind of a little bit.
All right, here we go.
Thank you.
My intent by going through some names are not to run anybody through the mud, but I want to understand or identify if they're employees and if you know if they continue to work there afterwards. So is Kaner Ebanks an employee of the bar?
To my knowledge, yes.
All right. At the time, at least, of this?
Yeah, at the time, I believe so, yes.
Chada,
Yes,
Mohammed Islami,
yes,
James Benefiel.
yes,
I probably pronounced that one wrong too. Joshua Bishop.
yes.
All right. And do all of those individuals at the time hold the same role in On the Border?
I'm unsure of their specific roles.
All right. Was there one or more that were more elevated or in the management capacity?
I believe so, yeah.
Do you know who that was?
I don't recall his name right now.
Okay.
Bishop, but I could be wrong. I don't want to misspeak.
Sure. If you don't know, you don't know. Did you obtain and review video from this incident?
I myself did not obtain it, but I did review after it was obtained by the Franklin Police Department, yes.
Okay. I think there's been some questions back and forth about how it was obtained. You weren't that physically got it, though.
No,
There's been questions talking about a search warrant to obtain it. Do you know if that's how you guys got it?
I do not know how we obtained it.
I'm going to ask you some questions about the video first, and then I'm going to play the video, but I'm just going to send a foundation first. So the video itself is from surveillance inside of the bar,
Correct.
correct? Okay.
Counsel, to speed things along, I'll stipulate to the authenticity of the video.
Okay. I'm just going to set it up, and we can just start doing it then.
Okay, thank you. Okay, counsel, what did you ask him?
I said I just didn't know.
Counsel only, I don't need, go ahead, sir.
I was just referencing that if they had to be able to, I wanted them to be able to see it.
I got you. Thank you.
I don't, I have to load it onto my computer, but I wanted to, it'll take just a moment if we can. Nope, I don't need
Okay
it.
with this, counsel?
I've tested it.
Kelly. Please. Thank you. This way.
Yes. Here's the record I'll make. I'm intentionally showing this via this monitor in this video so that it's not on the city's YouTube page. The record I'll make here is that there is some violence depicted. I've fine-tuned and tailored the scope of what I'm intending to show to not depict nudity, so to speak, but it's inside of a strip club. I can't say that there's not. And so I don't know if the committee or the board or the council, I should say, has any directive, but the goal is
Yes, I was going to ask you, what is the goal of this, counselor?
to depict the level of violence that occurred.
On what exact date?
The date is January 27th, 2025.
So this is from January 27th, 2025. How long approximately is this video clip going to be, sir?
There's going to be 2 video clips about 3 minutes in length.
Total?
Correct. 3 minutes per video, yes.
Okay. No. Well, we'll see once it pops on there if it's going to make a difference.
There is no audio either.
So there is no audio. Okay. Counsel?
Yep, I'm just not plugged in because I don't want to show you parts that I wasn't intending to. Part of the.
No, he's good.
Is it okay if I stand up and move out of the camera shot?
Whichever, whatever you want to do, counselor. I was going to ask you, are you going to, once this is finally going, if you're going to object, just do it now.
All right, and just for the record, sir, can you see this video?
Yes.
This copy of the video that you reviewed related to this fight?
I believe so, yes.
I'm starting the video at, it should be just right around 34 minutes, my intent. I have it set at 34:01 right now. I'll be playing it just as last.
Counsel, if you could help with the narrative, who are we supposed to be looking at right now?
Yep, I was going to actually pause it. So I'm just pausing it briefly at 34:37. Officer, specific to this video, if you know, where does the incident take place?
On the TV screen while looking at it, it would be on the upper right corner portion of it.
Okay. But the cursor on the screen, just for the record, is displaying this top area, correct?
Correct.
All right. And we have 3 patrons involved in this incident, and I had given off the names of several employees, correct? At least 5 employees
Correct.
and 3 patrons.
Correct.
All right. Once the fight begins, based on your investigation, who are the aggressors in the fight?
The staff members.
I'll play through and then I'll pause it just briefly, just so we can identify some of the staff members, and then we'll just play it through. So this guy standing up here that I'm pointing at in the black shirt, is he a staff member?
I believe so, yes.
This guy in the blue shirt, is he a staff member?
Yes.
This old gentleman here, is he a staff member?
Yes.
Guy with a bandana, is he a staff member?
Yes.
Guy with the long hair, is he a staff member?
You would have to pause. I would have to get a better look.
Top right corner now. This individual. You can tell.
Can I take a step closer?
Sure, please. If you... Guy in the hat, long hair. If you know.
That subject was unidentified, but we believe he worked at the bar after the fact.
For the sake of time, I'll pause it here. We're at 36:13 into the video. I had started it, for the record, at 34. Is the fight with these individuals essentially over at this?
Yes.
Okay. If you know, were individuals charged and convicted that worked at the bar for this incident?
Yes.
Through your investigation, were you able to identify the people that were the on the ground here?
The victims of?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. The people that were associated with those victims or that were there when you went to go speak with them, were they all of age?
No. Of age meaning 21?
Yes, correct. Could you explain?
3 of them were above age 21 and 1 was under 21.
Okay. And he was in the bar when this took place?
He was in the bar when this took place.
All right. Through your investigation into this incident, was there anybody else involved other than who was depicted in this video in a part of this fight or like a component of it? Let me ask that better. I'll strike that question. There's another police report that stemmed from this exact same incident, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And are you familiar with that video regarding the person that tried to videotape?
I have not watched that.
Okay, I'll show that at a different.
Correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it was P.O. Krakow.
I agree. I just don't want to go back and forth setting this up again.
Right.
Are you comfortable with me showing it and then I'll ask questions of Officer Krakow? So we set it up, or I can take a break and set it up again. I'll identify this as Exhibit 3, the video. The portions I played again were from 34 to 3 minutes, or 36:13.
Could we again have the day and date for this one?
Yes, sir. Once again, January 27, 2025, the date timestamp at the top says 1:49:29. I am initiating this video and I will ask Officer Krakow questions about it, who will be my next witness. It's starting at 26:25.
So, hold on, Counselor.
Yep.
Let me ask a question. Are we now going to rotate witnesses, or is this witness going to be excused because there's still questions that may arise for this witness?
I'll give whatever options you want. I was gonna play the video, withhold moving it in at this point in time, finish up with the officer that's on the stand so he can leave, and then Officer Krakow is gonna be my final officer. I'm not gonna re-show this video, I'm just gonna ask him questions about his investigation into this. So I'm playing it in advance just as an efficiency, honestly.
No, and I appreciate the playing in advance, but I'm saying is, we don't want to have Officer Krakow start answering questions until he's sworn in as the next witness.
Agreed. I wasn't planning on him asking questions, I'm having him see it just so he can answer questions about it in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'll pause it there. We're at 27 minutes and 46 seconds. And again, for the record, we started at 26:25, I think, so about a minute there. I won't show this again, but I'll be asking questions about it again later. I provided a copy of both of these videos in their totality, not just the portions I've played, to council and to the clerk's office as well, just for the record. All right. Picking up where we left off, as to the first video, let me get my thoughts together here 1 second. Do you know what the fight was regarding or related to?
Discrepancy in a payment for service.
Okay. A service meaning what?
I believe they were, one of the individuals, one of the victims of the fight was paid to receive a lap dance. And then was told as he was finished with said lap dance, that there was a cost associated that he didn't agree with paying. That's where the argument stemmed from.
Okay. In your recollection or review of the video, does this make any observations about staff's interaction with these patrons prior to the fight taking place?
There was a staff member that you can see verbally confronting one of the three victims prior to any physical altercation occurring.
Okay. Did these three victims, any of them get criminal charges?
No, sir.
Okay. And the only reason, for the council's edification, the only reason I'm bringing those convictions up is because post-conviction, then those can be considered. So I said at the very beginning, don't consider any criminal pending matters because this one has resulted in convictions. For those staff members, that can be considered. Other than, how did you confirm the age of the one patron that was 20?
He identified himself while on scene, providing his full name, race and gender, as well as his birth date.
Okay. Do you have any other additional components of your investigation for this fight that relate to the actions or activity of the bar?
I don't believe so.
Are you aware of what the injuries were to the individuals, or the victims of this fight?
There was bruising, there was some abrasions. One subject had some extent of bone damage and 2 spots of his spine. I believe broken pieces of bone to some extent.
You also were involved in a different investigation at On the Border on or about February 18th, 2026, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What was the nature of that call for service?
There was a customer, a female, who reported that she was sexually assaulted within the establishment by another customer.
Okay. And so you were dispatched to the scene. You and another officer went actually physically to the scene, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you investigate who might have been responsible for that action?
Yes.
Okay. How did you identify the person?
Initially, or
Well, I guess how did you determine who was involved in the assault?
the complainant provided description. I watched a surveillance video while in an office area of the building. And then at one point, we had identified the subject by his driver's license, I believe.
Okay. The subject had been a patron at the bar?
Correct.
Okay. And did you actually have contact with this patron of the bar?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. The guy, the assaulter, right?
Correct.
Did you make it, where did you have contact with him?
In the parking lot.
Okay. Where was he when, in the parking lot?
He was, when I first spoke with him, he was inside of his vehicle.
Okay. Did you ask him out of his vehicle?
Yes.
Have you investigated OWI offenses through the course of your police work?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have specialized training or experience to do that?
Yes. Training and experience, yes.
Yeah. Are you able to identify indicators that a person may or may not be impaired?
Yes.
All right. So when you make contact with this guy who's alleged to have assaulted this female patron, what, if anything, did you observe about him?
At first glance, first contact, he had thick, slurred speech. When he exited his vehicle, right away I noticed that his pants were soiled in the front. He had wetted his own pants. He had trouble standing, maintaining balance.
Based on your observations and your training experience, did it appear this individual was intoxicated?
Yes,
Okay. He was eventually arrested and, or questioned about his interaction with this female, correct?
correct.
Okay. He admitted being at the bar, but not taking any part of this, taking part in the assault, correct?
Correct.
All right. Ultimately, so as to not play hide the ball, there was no criminal charges issued
I believe the case was no processed
by the DA's office?
by the DA's office.
Did you formulate a belief, or do you have a belief today, as you sit here, whether the guy was intoxicated?
I believe that he was intoxicated, yes.
Okay. High level, medium level, low level?
High enough that I wouldn't release him back to his vehicle, and we required that he get a sober party to take responsibility for him.
What's your normal shift?
Late shift,
Late shift, same, was it 11 to 7?
yes.
Okay. Have you had other instances or interactions at On the Border during your career with Franklin?
Yes,
Okay. Would you identify that the frequency of calls for service as it relates to other bars and On the Border is the same, higher level of calls or lower level of calls?
in my opinion, there's a higher level of calls at On the Border than other establishments in Franklin.
Okay. And in your opinion, are the calls, the severity of the calls, the same, lower, or higher at On the Border?
I believe them to be higher.
Okay. Have you investigated OWI offenses stemming from On the Border?
Yes,
Have you investigated drug incidents at On the Border or in the parking lot of On the Border, if you recall?
I don't recall.
Okay, that's perfect. What about weapons? We've talked about weapons a few times. Any weapons incidents that you recall?
I don't recall. There,
Go ahead. I'm going to ask you, my question would be, what were you going to say?
I know that there was a suicide which occurred there, but I was not involved with that investigation.
Okay. And I don't have any information about that either, so.
Would move to strike that answer as
Right.
totally non-responsive to the question.
Yep, strike that.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Counselor?
Thank you. When we're talking about the sexual assault allegation, that was a customer that grabbed the behind of another customer on his way past her. Isn't that true?
True,
Like grabbed her butt?
correct.
And On the Border made the video available to you to watch in the office?
Correct.
So they were cooperative with the investigation?
Yes,
Now, this fight at the bar, are you aware of what happened before the fight, which was not shown on that video?
no,
Are you aware that the patron who was the initial aggressor in this fight was in a private dance or getting a private dance from a female dancer and held her against her will?
I am unaware of any of that.
And that when he was removed from the private dancing, he refused to pay for the dances that she had given him?
I'm going to object to the scope of the questions. He's testifying as opposed to asking questions. I understand that he's an adverse witness, but that's my objection.
Cross-examination.
Yeah, if you, Counselor, if you wouldn't mind rephrasing that,
Sure.
that way it should pretty much flow with your objection.
So you're not aware that he was removed, that he had to be forcibly removed from the dance, from the private dances,
Correct,
and that he refused to pay for those dances?
correct.
And then are you also aware that he called both the dancer and one of the security guards the N-word?
I am unaware of that.
And that he was threatening to do harm to not only the bar staff, but their families as well.
I am unaware of that.
And are you aware that the victim in this case initially pokes Jeremy Shata in the chest before any punches are thrown?
Unaware of that.
You can see that on the video though, can't you?
If it's shown on the video, then I believe it to be true.
And there was 3 individuals amongst that group, true?
True.
And then there was the 4th one who you said was underage. He used a fake ID, a real ID, but a fake ID to get into the bar that night, true?
He must have.
And when you talked to him, he gave you his real ID, correct?
I don't recall if it was identified by an identification card or if it was verbally.
And the patron who you described as being intoxicated in his car, he didn't drive that night, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Counselor, anything more?
No.
Okay, members of the Franklin Common Council, anybody have any questions at this time to this witness? Any questions from the Common Council to this witness? Alderman Salus.
A question to the officer. How often Franklin Police Department receive the call, like if I own a business, if someone refused to pay for services, I'll call the police for him. I do not, resort to violence. How often did you receive calls from on the border, okay, we have a dispute with customer over payment or any other issue? Like, it looks like the 2 videos I seen, it looks like they took action on their own rather than calling the police to resolve the issue.
Could you narrow the scope more direct, please, Alderman, exactly what you wanted to answer?
And just like what I seen that the staff, suppose there is a customer violated the rules or did something, unacceptable behavior. Have you ever received a call that, from the staff, there is a customer refusing to pay or a customer misbehaving? What I seen here, a situation where the staff took action and basically took the law in their hand rather than calling the police department.
I don't know if you can answer that. I mean, it's over general and broad. I'm doing your job right now, Counselor, but answer to the best of your ability.
I don't know from what I understand, and I apologize if I'm just missing your question completely, but respectfully, I don't know that I would be able to answer that. I don't have access right now in front of me to our list of calls and incidents relating to that nature, unfortunately.
Okay, well, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, you're excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then my final witness will be Officer Krakow.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony which you shall give in the matter now at this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state and spell your name.
Officer Christopher Krakow, first name CHRIS-TOPHER, last name Krakow, KRAKAU.
Sir, how are you employed?
Police officer of the City of Franklin Police Department,
How long have you been a police officer with the City of Franklin Police Department?
just over 8.5 years.
All right. Any other law enforcement experience?
No,
All right. What is your current assignment?
currently assigned to the FBI Human Trafficking Task Force out of the Milwaukee field office.
All right. And we had, I've pronounced every single one of your names wrong, and I've talked to you guys all before. Sergeant Gores, that's not how you pronounce it. Gores. Gores. All right. You took Sergeant Gores' position when he was moved to or promoted.
Correct.
Got it. When did you assume your position that you're in now?
January 2025.
All right. You're a unique guy in this scenario because you've actually had experience for every one of these counts. So we're going to go through it, and I am going to go in sequential order now. And so for count 1, the prostitution count, you are and were involved in the interviews of Mr. Hopkins, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Without rehashing too much, what is your understanding of the chain of command for On the Border?
So Brian Hopkins was considered the general manager of On the Border. Above him was, before his death, Danny Hay in 2024. Currently, Mary Hay and Jerry Hay, and then assistant manager Josh Bishop. Oscar Cobian also is a manager who's now assumed assistant manager position amongst other employees.
Okay. You said he was the general manager? Is that the term you used, or
Correct.
is that a co-equal position with other positions, or is he like the top manager?
He was the top manager.
Okay. Only person directly above him would have been who?
Ownership.
Okay. In your investigation, did you also assist in discussing or talking with females that were involved in prostitution at On the Border?
Yes.
Okay. About how many females did you interact with yourself?
There is some overlap between Sergeant Gores and I with those females, but I would say in addition to the roughly 15 or 20 that he spoke to, I would say another 5, 6.
Okay. On top of the number that Sergeant Gores had talked about?
Correct.
Did you yourself identify a pattern or chain of conduct that would have or led to prostitution at On the Border?
Yeah.
Okay, what was that pattern?
Generally speaking, from not only what Sergeant Gores has done in his investigation to my investigation, On the Border Gentlemen's Club, essentially, it was all about the money. As long as money was coming in one way and people were getting paid, whether that was the establishment and or employees, it didn't matter what was happening.
I don't need names, or do I know names, but what types of employees are you aware of and that have been identified to you that received some benefit because prostitutions were happening at the place, at the On the Border?
I will speak to the current criminal complaint Brian Hopkins was.
Okay. Any security or any other individuals would get proceeds or payments from prostitution occurring?
I'm not going to answer that.
Okay. You were actually in the room and interviewing Brian Hopkins, correct?
Yes.
All right. What were you made aware of, or what did your investigation reveal as to management's understanding or knowledge of prostitution occurring?
Brian Hopkins stated that other employees had brought it to his attention that prostitution, drug use was occurring within the VIP rooms of On the Border. Brian Hopkins then took this to Danny Hayer. I cannot give you the exact time frame, and was brought to his attention. And I believe the phrase that was used was, "Don't worry about it, kid." And no action was taken from ownership or Brian Hopkins.
Just for purposes of the record, I'm objecting to the statements as hearsay upon hearsay upon hearsay.
Noted.
How many VIP room, let me back that up. There's been testimony thus far that the prostitution acts occurred primarily in the VIP if they were internal to the premises. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. How many VIP rooms are there?
I believe there's 10.
10? That changed at some time during the investigation?
I believe so. There has been remodeling.
All of the rooms have this dimmer capacity?
I believe so.
Okay. All of the rooms have video monitoring?
Yes.
Does that video monitoring have any capability that you're aware of to record?
Interior of the room, no. Exterior of the room, yes.
Okay. Are there cameras on in the interior of the room?
I believe so.
Are condoms sold at this location?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how or where they're sold?
Men's bathroom, there's a vending machine.
Okay. Through your investigation and discussion with Mr. Hopkins, boy, there's a fair amount. All right. How did he personally benefit from prostitution at the location?
From my interviews with Mr. Hopkins, he stated that because Danny did not want to take action or didn't care to take action against the prostitution, he cared as long as these women were keeping people in the rooms for however long the duration may be. They were getting paid, the club was getting paid, everyone's happy.
Was there a discussion identified to you about practices or policy internally in the bar that would potentially make more money because of the prostitution, or ways that could be done?
Yeah, just stringing a guy out within the room. You keep him in the room for longer, the more money the club takes, the more money everyone is happy.
And this was an actual discussion between, well, at least Brian identified it to you as an actual discussion that he had with or with ownership.
I don't believe that discussion was had with management.
Okay.
But that was his interpretation, that if no action's going to be taken on the prostitution, as long as the women stay in the room with the patron and make more money for the establishment, that's all he cared about.
Did On the Border take any action that you're aware of to curb prostitution?
Not at all.
Not at all. Based on your investigation, was this information or the prostitution that was occurring there generally known by employees?
Yes.
Okay. Explain that a little bit more if you could.
Along with not only interviews with Mr. Hopkins, interviews with former employees in different roles and in different eras, some of which stemming back to 2014, prostitution has been a mainstay at On the Border, and only has essentially increased over time. And the knowledge within that community, everyone was aware, not only online, which has been already stated, but amongst former employees past 10 years, current, or up to current, up to a few years ago. Every person I have had an interaction with talking about or interviewing this case stated they were aware that prostitution had occurred or
Okay.
does occur.
And Mr. Hopkins gives a few names of people that might have taken action against prostitution. In the complaint, it references house mom, Mr. Bishop as an assistant manager, and security at the time being Mr. Cobian. Did they take action to try to curb prostitution?
None that I'm aware of.
Did the bar terminate any dancers that you're aware of that were engaged in prostitution?
None that I'm aware of.
Okay. Did Mr. Hopkins make a statement about terminating a dancer after a condom was found in the VIP room? If you know.
I don't recall.
Leading this witness.
Do you want to restate that, counsel?
I think the answer was I don't know anyways. I'm not going to press it. Thank you, though.
Got it?
Don't recall.
Did you have any information regarding how staff would use the monitors or observe the monitors that were supposed to be for security purposes?
I think Sergeant Gore spoke on it pretty well and in good detail. There are monitors near the back. It would be the, I guess, southwest corner area of the establishment. There's monitors that there is a bouncer that is, or security staff or whomever that is assigned, that is their position to monitor those cameras.
My question is, I guess, do they always remain on?
From my knowledge, yes.
And based on your investigation, how long was the more active component of prostitution occurring at On the Border?
I believe roughly, I mean, it progressed over the years. From my knowledge, roughly 2020 to up and almost through 24.
Based on your investigation and in your interview with Brian Hopkins, was Brian Hopkins, the only thing that brought prostitution into On the Border?
No.
No. What other factors On the Border have at the facility that contributed to it from your perspective?
The ability to shut lights off in the rooms, either security staff only referencing their own management, not actually talking to law enforcement or making a report to law enforcement about it. That's all I can think of right off the top of my head.
Okay. Do you have any more information about that trash pull? I don't need to rehash additional things.
I believe I personally was a part of one of those, and yes, there was used condoms found, and then in addition to that, drug paraphernalia.
Were they, I think there was a statement previously about them being in like internal, like closed bags that would have come from inside the bar. Were they in those closed bags or loose in the trash?
Honestly, I don't remember.
Okay. In regards to count 2 drug activity at the location or bar, what's your experience with drug investigations related to On the Border?
Probably the most severe that I've personally had when I was on patrol roughly 4 years ago maybe. I arrested a subject with upwards of 50 grams of cocaine, firearm, I want to say 20-something grams of heroin fentanyl, 3,000 in cash. I'm guessing, to be honest, because it's been a while. The case is closed and he's been convicted.
When you interviewed Mr. Hopkins, did he reference drug use at the location?
I believe so, yes. He referenced marijuana use amongst not only Danny, but himself and other patrons.
He referenced to you, or did he reference to you an incident where a dancer had overdosed?
Yes, he did.
And you had helped compile that list of all the calls for service, the 91 calls for service. You were part of that?
Yes.
Does that call appear on that list?
I believe that is the call that he is referencing. It is an overdose that we did have there.
Okay.
Where a bar patron, I believe it was spoken to already, that Narcan was used by a bouncer.
Okay. And just to set the record, what is Narcan and what does it do?
It's technically called naloxone. It basically closes a neural pathway, so the active ingredient in heroin actually stops working and then allows you to kind of restart and breathe.
So if Narcan was used effective, what would that mean?
It would mean that some sort of opiate was used to cause that.
Regarding the staff fight then, I'm not going to re-show the video, but you were actually involved with a lot of the investigation of the staff fight as well, correct?
Correct.
All right. Let's think back to the video that we saw. The fight happens top left corner as I'm sitting, top right for everybody else. The staff that was involved, the guy in the blue shirt, who is that?
I believe it was the blue polo, I think you're thinking about. That's Josh Bishop.
What was his role?
At the time, I believe he was assistant manager directly underneath Brian Hopkins.
Okay. Was he in charge that night?
Believe so, yeah.
You didn't see Brian Hopkins on the video or anybody else?
No.
Did those guys, all the people that end up getting charged and convicted, did they continue to work there after this occurred?
I believe, I can't with 100% say, but I believe they did, yes.
Okay. And then we watched that second video, and that's one that you actually investigated, correct? With the guy?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. So there's a guy and a cell phone What happened there?
So in that video, you see a gentleman kind of walk past, and he's got a phone out. During that time, you don't really see the other half behind the camera. That's when that fight is occurring, and there's like a beatdown happening. He's, from what it looks like and from what he stated, he's trying to take a video. So he's attempting to take the video. The gentleman that initially approaches him in all black is Muhammad Islami. He tries to stop him, take his phone, because he thinks he recorded a video of them beating patrons. Then,
Objection, that answer should be struck as to what he thought someone else was thinking.
I believe he was speaking to what the statement was in his investigation. I'll defer to the.
And if you could clarify that, just restate that question. And just try to really narrow your scope of your answer, please.
sure.
So I forget what my question was at this point, but I think I was asking what occurred, what you observed in the video.
I'll keep it very bare bones for everyone's sake here. Muhammad Islami walks over, attempts to take the phone. Kanar Ebanks then walks over, grabs the gentleman by the, I would believe it would be like the shirt and or throat, slams him up against the wall. Josh Bishop then walks over. There appears to be some sort of interaction, yelling, talking, whatever. Then that gentleman is then dragged back into the bathroom area. Followed shortly behind is Jeremy Shada to walk into that bathroom with them. Shortly after, you see Josh Bishop walk out, throw the phone to Muhammad Islami, who then is seen going through the phone. Yeah, that's the very basic breakdown of the video.
Did you ask Mr. Bishop about his involvement in this fight?
In that particular fight, in the whole scenario,
Yeah.
I believe everybody other than James Benefield did not wish to speak to me at the time of their arrest.
Gotcha. What, if anything, did your investigation and review of that video demonstrate to you about staff at On the Border?
There was no intent to get police involved. The callers in that case were the victims after they were beaten and thrown out of the establishment.
So staff didn't call and identify what had occurred. It was the victims outside.
Correct.
In the video, the second video with the guy with the camera, they go back by the bathrooms. Are there cameras back there?
I don't believe so. I believe that was the only angle that, at least from my understanding, that's the only one I was provided.
Okay. Prior to your current role, what was your shift?
I was on day shift for roughly a year.
Okay. Did you have, day shift wouldn't have been the late shift that the other guys had?
I was on late shift for 6 years prior to day
Okay.
shift.
So you had time on late shift as well. Have you experienced or identified overservice or intoxicated individuals coming from On the Border?
Yes.
Okay. Have you investigated OWI offenses stemming from On the Border?
I've had a wrong way driver leaving On the Border almost hit me, and I've arrested for OWI.
About how long ago was that?
That was roughly 4 to 4.5 years ago, maybe.
Okay. On the April 17th, 2025 incident, were you involved in the guy that called and said he thought he was drugged and money was stolen from him?
Yes.
Okay. Ultimately, not enough to say what happened, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. No charges were issued?
No charges were even presented.
Okay. Did you evaluate any of the actions by the bar that night or that day that occurred?
No, I believe that was just Officer Thompson spoke to it.
Okay. And then we have this spreadsheet that's included into the complaint. You helped compile that, correct?
Yes.
Why were those specific incidents selected as opposed to others?
I think it was a very apt response to it, but Sergeant Gore said that those were the calls that specifically were at that location, or at 10741 South 27th Street. Outside of that, I mean, there are 911 hangups that do occur there. I don't know how many. Don't know, without looking.
I've asked it each time to each officer, so I'll just keep the trend going, but the frequency of calls for service at On the Border, the same, greater, or less than other bars in the area?
Definitely greater.
Definitely greater. The severity of the calls, in your experience, same, equal to, greater, or less than?
Comparative to other establishments?
Yeah.
Greater.
Greater. Is there anything unique that the police department has to do because On the Border exists in this community?
Directed patrols?
Okay. Do any, based on your compilation of these calls for service, are you aware of there being any shooting incidents that have occurred either in the bar or external to the bar?
Yes.
Approximately when were they?
I believe one was, I think it was 2020. Don't quote me on the year. I'm not positive. I know it has been a little bit since it happened. That was in reference to a gentleman walking in with a long rifle and firing rounds within the building. And then I think there's another one, but
Do any other bars have an officer dedicated to a federal grant to help investigate it?
no,
Objection is totally irrelevant.
Can answer.
no.
Being that you've kind of touched on every one of these complaint issues, do you have anything else to add related to On the Border that hasn't been already stated?
I mean, I can definitely say that I have spent probably more time there as a police officer than most officers at our department.
Professionally?
Yes, professionally.
Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you. And every time that we are involved as a law enforcement officers at that establishment is because it's severe, or no other, like, that is the last option. That's the only, like, I believe one of the council members stated that they wanted to know how often we would go to that establishment or other places for a simple customer trouble where somebody's disagreeing about payment. I would say that that is like the low end at On the Border, with the high end
I'm
being.
going to object. This
All
is a
right.
narrative. I don't know where we're going.
You're drifting, officer, so counsel,
Thank
please
you. One
finish
second.
up.
I just want to make sure that I've crossed all my Ts and dotted my Is. If I've forgotten to do it already, Exhibit 1 and 2 were the 2025 and 2026 licenses. I would identify Exhibit 3 and 4 as the videos that were played on the timestamps that I identified previously. I'd move all of those in as exhibits. I don't know if there needs to be a finding here.
Are you good with that?
Sure.
I have no further questions, and I would rest subject to rebuttal.
Counsel?
All right, I'm going to start with your testimony regarding the shooting incident in 2020.
I believe so, but I could be wrong. Again, I'm not 100% certain.
You know, we are testifying under oath, so it's important to get the facts right, correct?
Correct, but
All right.
hearsay is basing it off of something I was never a part of at all.
Your whole case is based on hearsay. It's based on this guy, Brian, whatever his name is, that had to get charged with human trafficking before he said any of this stuff, right?
He was charged with keeper of a house of prostitution.
And engaged in human trafficking.
He was charged with keeper of a house of prostitution.
Okay. Well, the only reason he came to talk to you is because he was charged with a crime, right?
Objection calls for speculation.
Can answer.
I don't know.
Do you know what a proffer letter is?
I do.
Was he given a proffer letter?
Again, I'm not gonna.
Scope of this hearing.
Well, it goes to his credibility.
Okay, so why don't we do this? Why don't you restate it,
I
real
got it.
direct, and then he'll only answer to that portion of the question.
Do you know what a proffer letter is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a letter given to a charged defendant by the state, basically giving them the opportunity to speak to law enforcement about any knowledge they have about crimes or along that nature.
It's a contract, right, between the government and the person who's coming in to allow them to make statements and not have those statements be used against them down the road, correct?
Yes.
And in this case, Brian Hopkins came with his, after being charged, signed a proffer letter, came with his lawyer, not once, not twice, not 3 times, but 4 times to be interviewed, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
And his statements were not consistent throughout those 4 interviews, true?
No, they were pretty consistent.
Well, he didn't identify most of what has been testified here today until his 3rd and 4th interview, correct?
Again, I would have to go back and read everything to tell you with absolute certainty.
Well, you're certain about a lot of things, but you're not certain about the date you testified to as to the shooting incident in 2020, correct? Because you're not sure about that. Not trying to be, but
No, I understand.
these are facts. We need facts, not speculation. And so far, and I'm not trying to testify, but after 5 years of investigation, this is all we have is Brian Hopkins, who has been charged, is making these claims about Jerry Hay, who's dead,
Danny Hay.
and Danny Hay, who's dead.
No, we have multitude of other witnesses.
Let's start with the incident that you talked about the long rifle, just so we're clear. That incident happened in 2016, okay?
Okay.
And that was somebody who came to rob the establishment, true?
That sounds familiar. It was prior to my time as a law enforcement officer. I knew there was at least 2, but I'm not.
Okay, and in fact, the Franklin Police Department had a ceremony where they gave the brave employees involved the Citizens Gallantry Award. Isn't that true?
Again, before my time, if you're saying yeah, then yeah, I'm unaware.
Now, you helped create this list that we find on pages 7, 8, 9 of the criminal complaint, right?
Yes.
We have on 2/18/2026 sex offense. That's what we talked about earlier.
I believe Officer Jadowitz, yeah, he spoke to that.
That's the grabbing of the butt, right?
I believe so, yeah, correct.
And so when you decided to classify these crimes, that was subjective based on how you guys want to describe it for the common council, right?
No, it's actually in our CAD system. It's how it's literally put into the CAD.
But you'd agree it's a little misleading, grabbing the butt versus sexual assault. I know it is a sexual assault and it should never happen, but it gives the impression that it's more serious than it really was.
Well, I mean, how else are you supposed to classify it? It is sexual assault.
True. And then we've got a lot of disorderly conduct. Warrant arrest, that means somebody has a warrant, you arrest them, right?
Correct, yeah.
And a flock hit means that the flock cameras that are around the town and on your squad cars hit on a stolen vehicle, right?
Correct, and/or one instance I've had where I located a homicide vehicle in that lot.
Wanted person.
Well, the vehicle was wanted, yes.
That doesn't mean that the vehicle was actually involved. It was just a suspicious vehicle, right? Or a suspect vehicle?
I don't know the details of that case, but it was wanted for a homicide out of Racine.
And again, with the volume of calls, the 1 or no calls per month is what is so differential between On the Border and all the other bars in Franklin.
when you don't have any calls for service at any bar and you have 2 or 3 a month at one bar, there's a significant uptick.
It's not 2 or 3 a month. According to your records, it's 0 to 1 per month. 91 calls over 96 months. It's not 2 or 3, and that's the problem with this testimony today, is it's been a lot of speculation. And I want to have facts, so let's talk more about facts. You talked about OTB was all about money, right? Didn't matter what was happening as long as they got paid, right?
Correct.
All right, and even though other employees brought to, let me ask you this. Employees were concerned enough about a prostitution act that was witnessed, or an attempted prostitution act, or drugs that may or may not have been seen, they brought it to the attention of the general manager, right?
Correct.
That's what you said, and the general manager, he exploited that, from what we can tell from the complaint, right?
He also brought it to the attention of ownership. He didn't,
Well, he told you that, but as we know, Danny Hay is deceased and we're not allowed to, we can't ask him, right?
correct.
So it's a lot easier for Mr. Hopkins to put all this blame on a guy who's deceased than admit that he's the rogue employee in this operation, right?
That's,
Objection calls for speculation.
Redirect your question, please.
We don't have a single employee who's testified here today or who's referenced in this complaint that says what Mr. Hopkins says, right?
you're saying corroborating?
Correct.
Not here today, no.
Not anywhere.
I'm not going to answer that.
Well, well, certainly not here today, right?
Not here today, correct.
You talked about condoms being sold at, on the border, right?
Yes.
You said there was a vending machine.
I guess vending machine is probably, for layman's terms, but if you want to think of it as like a quarter machine where you turn the dispenser.
Dispenser,
There you
right?
go. What Oscar said.
Do you know the last time that a condom was actually dispensed from that machine, or if ever?
No, I have no idea.
Do you realize that that is a novelty item for the bathroom
Again, I don't know.
that has never functioned?
I don't know.
Okay, so when you testified that condoms are being sold, what you were referencing was this vending machine from the early 80s or the 70s that was mounted on the bathroom wall because it's a gentleman's club, right?
Again, I have no way to validate anything that you're saying. I
Are there any
can't.
quarters in the machine?
I don't know.
So you don't know if condoms were actually being sold or not?
Based on statements, yes. Based on personally me going into the bathroom and checking to see if the dispenser was functioning, no.
Statements of by who?
And I'm for the purposes of this hearing, I'm not going to answer that.
Now, when you're talking about keeping them in the room to make more money, of course, that's how they make money, is selling the VIP room time, right?
Correct.
That doesn't matter whether they're turning tricks in there or they're dancing in there. Just keep them in the room, right?
Correct. Make more money.
Same amount of money, whether because you're paying a rental fee for the place. So if you keep them in there for a half hour, an hour and a half, that's what On the Border's interested in, right?
To some extent, yes.
And, I mean, I'm not trying to be vulgar here, but if they're gonna do a prostitution act, why are they gonna get paid for that, right? If the dancer is gonna do a prostitution act, she's gonna get paid for that prostitution act. That's what we're talking about, a commercial sex act.
Correct.
Sex for money.
Correct.
Why would the dancer want to keep this going for an hour and a half if she can get paid $3,000 or $4,000 to engage in the sex act?
Because they get a cut of that payment to the club. So the club gets a portion of it, they get another portion of it. So let's say somebody's in that room for an hour. I don't know what, I could guess or speculate what the pricing is, but I think it's somewhere in the neighborhood of $600. They get a cut of that $600, the female does. The club gets the other cut.
Why do they care if they can just get $2,000 for performing the sex act? Why monkey around for the $150?
Why, that's like saying, why can I get 2,000, I couldn't get 3,000 or
We're not talking about
2,100?
2,000 though.
But you know what I'm saying? Like,
I don't know.
it's more money.
Keep them in there longer. Don't let them perform the sex act. Keep them there all night. Isn't that a better business practice?
I couldn't tell you. I don't know.
And you say OTB took no action to curb prostitution, but you know from your own investigation that dancers were fired.
Not for prostitution.
What did the dancers tell you they were fired for?
Some stated they were fired for drinking too much. Some stated, I believe, as Sergeant Goers stated, leaving the establishment with a customer was another one.
And let's stop right there. Leaving the club with a customer, because they would get fired if they did that, because they're going to try and engage in prostitution. They have the same policy where if they're seen out somewhere with a customer, they get fired,
Objection calls for speculation.
right?
Same objection.
I don't know.
You didn't ask these questions?
I don't know.
You interviewed, you said 30 girls. They only gave you those two reasons for why they're fired?
I would say amongst other things such as fighting, showing up late habitually, there's a multitude of other reasons.
How many trash pulls did you do?
I'm not certain. I was physically a part of one of them. I just don't know how many others.
And on the one trash, there was multiple trash pulls though, right?
I believe so, but I don't know how many for certain.
And you talked about there are cameras internally in VIP rooms, right?
Internally, yes.
They don't record, but they're monitored 24 hours. We heard the other detective talk about that, 24/7.
From my understanding, they should be monitored, yes.
And you talked about while on patrol, you arrested a subject with 50 grams of cocaine and a firearm. That was outside of the club, correct?
Yes, sir. Yep.
And that's because you're aware that they have armed security that wands people when they go to the club at 9 o'clock.
I am aware they do have armed security, yes.
Now, the individual that we see on that second video, he comes into the door of the bar, right? And because there's this melee going on, there's no staff at the door when he walks in, right?
I believe so. I believe you're correct.
And so he just comes in off the street and he starts filming, right?
Well, I think he comes in, walks along that would be the eastern side of that bar. I think he realizes he sees what's going on, starts walking back to that direction, pulls out his phone, and then that's when the interaction happens.
And they have a very strict policy about camera footage, cameras taking photos or videos in the club, right?
I don't know what that exact policy or procedure is, but I do know there is a rule.
And the rule is to not take pictures, film, because you have women that are dressed in, or could be topless or in scantily clad clothing. There's patrons in there that don't want to necessarily be filmed being in there, right?
Correct, but I also think you can see what he was filming based on the video.
Irregardless of what he's filming, the rule in there is don't pull out your camera and film because people don't want to be on camera there because it's an invasion of their privacy, right?
I don't know what the policy is, but if that's what it is, then that's what
You
it
can't
is.
walk into the police department and go behind doors and start filming what you guys are doing back there, right? You don't want the public to see that.
Correct.
And you guys are the investigating officers that are part of the criminal case that has been filed against On the Border, correct?
I am one.
You're one of the investigators. You have a vested interest because when cases get charged, you want conviction, don't you?
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah.
Yeah, that's your job. You're a police officer. Your job is to make cases, give them to the DA, and you have them convicted, right?
Objection relevance.
Goes to bias.
Well, I also think this is the open and pending investigation that the committee can't, or council can't consider.
Correct. Counselor, do you want to rephrase rephrase that, or you just want to move on with it?
I'm just going to move on. You became part of this task force in January of 2025, right?
Yes.
And your involvement, besides the one trash pull that you discussed, was doing the interviews of Mr. Hopkins?
Are you saying in the investigation in its entirety?
Yeah.
No.
What else did you do?
Amongst many other things of many interviews. Yeah, that's all I'm going to comment as to now is interviews.
Who's been interviewed besides Mr. Hopkins?
Objection relevance.
Agree with the objection.
Other than Brian Hopkins, who benefited financially from any prostitution that allegedly occurred? Specifically at employees of On the Border?
For the purposes of this hearing, I'm not going to answer that.
Prior to becoming part of that task force, was that when you were working on the day shift?
Yes, I was. I believe it was roughly close to a year, maybe 8 months.
Were your calls for service consistent with when you were on the late shift in terms of when you'd go to On the Border?
I don't believe so. No.
So of the 0 or 1 calls per month that were On the Border, the majority of those 1 or 0 calls in a month were at night?
Yes, I would say more heavily falls on the evening or later hours of the day.
And you've arrested a lot of people for OWI in your career as a law enforcement officer, right?
Yes,
Hundreds, would you say?
I'd say about 100.
And of that 100, how many came from On the Border?
I know one for sure because he almost struck me head on. Outside of that, I couldn't tell you with any specifics.
At least 1 out of 100.
At least 1 out of 100, yep.
I have no further questions.
Counsel?
Brief follow-up, very brief. There's a decorative condom dispenser apparently in the bathroom, but when you did your trash pull, you found used condoms, correct?
Yes.
They have a rule, I think you said you were aware of, that you can't pull out your phone and film, something along those lines?
Yeah, but I don't know with any distinct certainty what the verbiage of that policy is.
Is there a rule that if you're a bouncer and somebody doesn't pay, you get to beat them up?
Objection. Argumentative.
Oh, sorry.
I don't think you are.
Is there a caveat to the rule about don't pull out your phone that you can take that person's phone and do what you want with it?
No.
I have no further questions.
Questions from the Franklin Common Council?
I just have one follow-up question, if I could. Mayor.
Yes, sir. We'll do that, and then we'll go up to the council.
Regarding the dumpster, you don't know who threw that in the garbage or not. Somebody could have driven by and just dumped their garbage in there, right?
That is something that is possible, but I do not know who put that in that dumpster.
Thank you.
Alderwoman?
And I apologize, but I don't frequent men's rooms. Are condom dispensers exclusive to gentlemen's clubs, or have you ever seen them in any other type of establishment?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Alderman Salus.
I don't know if I can ask that or not. Has Mr. Jerry Hayes and his wife been interviewed under oath?
They have not been interviewed.
Not, but aren't they the current owners of the place? My understanding that Danny and Jerry, two brothers who own the facility. Am I correct?
Correct.
So once Danny passed away, the ownership came down to Jerry and his wife Mary.
Correct.
And with the events of this magnitude happening in the business that they own, they have some ultimate responsibility toward what's happening in their business. I'm just like surprised why there is no, why they're not questioned under oath about what's happening in their business and what is their take on it. Because we received a letter from Jerry and his wife almost accepting or recognizing the fact that there is a prostitution and abuse took place in their facility. And to be honest with you, I felt that this is an invitation for the authority to question them and trying to understand the extent of their knowledge of what's happening. So just, I'm just surprised that it did not happen.
Hasn't happened, but I guess I would invite it.
Yeah, most of my questions about Jerry and Mary, so if that didn't happen, then I yield, I'm done.
Down on this end, Alderwoman Eichman.
Thank you. Do we know the ages of the women that were performing these sex acts?
They're alleged at this point.
Allegedly? Do we know, does it range from, are any under the age of 18, I guess is what I mean. Looking.
None that I'm aware of currently
Thank
are
you.
under the age of 18.
Thank you.
Are you yielding?
Yes.
Okay, a few questions I have. And so we've got Hopkins, and unfortunately, a number of questions couldn't be answered because of the ongoing criminal proceeding. Do you know when Hopkins is the next appearance?
I don't know off the top of my head, no.
Okay, and the reason I'm asking that is to look at what type of time frame, because we're looking at making an extremely important decision on a decades-old business that we can't at some point get all the facts because there's an ongoing criminal investigation. So let's go, a couple questions here. Do you know when the last trash pull was? And I was going to ask this of the sergeant when he was up there, but if you don't, you don't. Just answer what you can answer.
It's been over a year. I know that. I don't know the exact date.
It's been over a year, okay? And when we saw these two videos, and if you don't know, you don't know, but we saw these two videos, were they voluntarily given up by the ownership of On the Border, or were they had to have a warrant to get them?
No, I wrote search warrants.
So did you ask for them prior, or did you just go right for the warrant?
If I remember correctly, for the fight, I asked, and there was a delay in any service or when I was getting it, and then I believe I wrote a search warrant for it, and then it was provided after that. For the investigation that Officer Thompson spoke to with the gentleman with the fraud and the money, I think I just wrote a search warrant for that. I didn't even ask. I just wrote it.
Okay. So, and a couple other, what I think are key points, is you look back to the Danny Hay era, the Danny Hay Hopkins era, And earlier I heard, it might have been the sergeant that said that there were some improvements since the death of Danny Hay and Hopkins' arrest. Do you believe that those changes have made a positive impact on how that establishment is run today?
I honestly, are you asking from the death of Danny to now, has there been an improvement in how conduct is handled there? Is that what?
Well, there's 2 points to this. I guess the first one was there was statements made that there's been improvements that were implemented in the daily operation of this business. And then the second part of that is, do you believe that it's operated better now without issue since these changes were implemented? Because we heard the term changes in quotes, but didn't have any detail of what those changes were. But we definitely have a change in ownership and lead management from, we'll call it the bad old days, to where we are now. And again, it's allegedly because the criminal part's not concluded yet. And to the other counselor's point, the gentleman's deceased, you can't go back and ask him. So as a police officer that's been intimately involved with this operation, do you believe the business is run now better than it was?
I cannot answer that with any great degree of certainty. And also just because of, I think you've already stated the current criminal stuff that is going on.
And that's, I guess, one of the tough parts is to try to get some of these answers answered while there's still this active complaint going on. And in this, so let's go back, and I don't know if you can answer this. So when there were envelopes and other, like when there was allegations of money being transferred to ownership, okay, was there anything that came out of these trash pulls, or is this something that's, again, tied to this criminal investigation that you can't disclose? I mean, if you can disclose it, please do.
I don't think I can disclose.
I figured you couldn't, because we're looking at perhaps possibly taking away the livelihood of a multi-decades establishment, and we're trying to get all the facts we can get out. And I understand it's difficult, and I'll leave it like that. But there's nothing further. Thank you. You're excused. Counselor?
Sorry, yep, the prosecution rests subject to rebuttal.
Thank you, Counselor.
I'm going to call Oscar Cobian.
Oscar, I know you've already been sworn in. If you could please step back over there. Say it again. He's already been sworn in. You are under oath. You acknowledge that, please, sir? All right, when you have a seat, just acknowledge
Yes.
that you've been already sworn in and you will remain under oath. Thank you. Counselor?
Oscar, you stated earlier you worked at the club early 2000s till 2012, and then you came back. When did you come back?
Early January of '24.
And initially you came back as security.
Correct.
And what's your current role there?
Assistant manager. And, well, for the last 2 years would have been security manager, and then when Brian left,
Assistant manager.
changed to assistant manager, yes. But I still hold the, I guess technically the security manager role.
As the security manager, you employ armed security guards outside?
Correct.
And what time of night do they start?
They start at 9:00 p.m.
And do they wand people to check them for weapons?
Yes, they do. They wand them, pat them down.
Are weapons a problem at the club?
Every once in a while, you get a customer with a pocket knife or utility knife from work, and then they're usually taken from that security and then returned to them at the end of the night or on their way out.
And you have, or you, the management, the ownership, you've developed club rules, right?
Yes.
And part of those rules deal specifically with the prospect of a prostitution or a human trafficker, right?
Yes.
And is it kind of, how would you describe it? Is it like the airport? What I mean by that is see something, say something?
Yes, the entertainers, dancers, and even waitresses, bartenders, whether they be male, female, well, we don't have male dancers, but when it comes to the bar staff, if they're, let's say, questioned by a patron about, hey, can we buy this? Can we buy that? Can you do this in the rooms? They let us know. And then from there, we'll give the customer a chance or give them a warning to stop, or if they keep it up, they're asked to leave.
And then they're removed. If they
That is correct.
they don't conform to the rules of the club, they're asked to leave and not come back.
Correct. And for the most part, that's why we scan the IDs. Anybody asked to leave, we go back and we make a note for customers who are, doing what they're not supposed to be doing or asking for.
In addition to the security who's back by the VIP rooms, in the manager's office, you have full access to cameras as well, correct?
Correct.
And so even when has been alleged that the sign for prostitution is to turn the lights down low, are you still able to see what's going on in that room?
Yes.
And if anything nefarious was to happen, how do you handle that situation?
Working back or whoever is working those cameras or in the back by the private dance area, they address it to the customer, stop it, or depending on what they're doing, they get asked to leave.
And do you have policies and procedures regarding the illegal use of substances?
Yes.
Is it a zero tolerance policy?
Zero tolerance.
And the cameras in the VIP rooms and around, that's to keep the dancers safe, is that true?
Correct.
Even when they leave, they got to be escorted by security to get to their cars, right?
Correct.
And as far as Jerry's current involvement, he has some health problems himself, correct?
Correct.
How many times a week does he come there, and when does he come there?
Usually during the day, maybe once every 2 weeks. I know they stop in weekly, but from what I see, it's, maybe once a week or every other week.
And you, as the assistant manager and head of security, you can control your employees to the best you can, right?
Yes.
But you can't necessarily control all customers. Is that true?
Correct. That'd be close to impossible.
And as life has it, for the right amount of money, people can buy certain things, including sex, drugs, or otherwise, right?
Yes, just about anywhere in the world.
As long as it's not on the border, correct?
We're not going to allow it. Even talking about it.
And you're
requesting it.
You take your job very seriously as regarding security, right?
Yes.
And since you've been in charge of security, have you witnessed prostitution?
No.
Have there been customers that have talked to dancers or dancers that have talked to customers about prostitution since you've been there?
That happens a lot. It's usually the customers bothering the dancers about things that basically extras in the room. Hey, can you do this? Hey, do you do that? Nope, it's just dance.
And the same thing is with drugs too. If somebody asked to buy drugs there.
Correct, and that falls back to when, I'm not sure, whether the early 25, when we asked the customer to leave, got him outside, and then he proceeded to get physical with in this case, it was James Benefill about not wanting to leave the property. But yes, in most cases, or just about all the cases where a customer asks to buy or sell drugs, he is asked to leave. And for the most part, we're notified from the dancers to security or a bartender, hey, this is what this customer is trying to do.
And since you've been in charge of security, would you describe, well, did you implement additional rules, or have you become more extreme in the enforcement of the rules?
Other than making sure everybody's doing their job, including the dancers and the security staff, yes. Just getting more strict. I mean, over time, everybody's going to become complacent no matter what you do.
And you serve alcohol, right? So do you do your best to monitor not over-serving people?
Yes,
And whose responsibility is that?
that would be the bartenders and the wait staff.
And once somebody appears to be too intoxicated, what happens?
Usually we will try to help them out. I mean, there have been cases, early last year, there was a military veteran, maybe over the age of 60, 65, lived up about an hour north of here. We actually offered to drive him inside of his vehicle to his home and then drive back. Or in the case where Crystal was handed the keys from the customer because he was overserved, to try to help him out or whatever, but we do it all the time. We've gone as far as ordering Ubers for customers when they're overserved so that they don't drive.
But you cut them off too. You don't keep
Yes.
serving them alcohol.
Yeah, usually that's accompanied by a bottle of water when they've had too much to drink.
And different customers, they can drink different amounts, right? So sometimes some guy can have 5 drinks from 12:30 to 6 o'clock and be perfectly fine. Other times, they're going to be intoxicated.
Yeah, in most cases, usually due to height and weight, age, habits of how much they usually drink daily, yeah.
Is there anything else you would like to add about this? You've been sitting through all the testimonies. Is there anything else you would like to add that hasn't been asked or at this point?
A lot of what I hear with everything going on in the last couple of months, with the allegations, with the charges, I talk to the dancers all the time. In most cases, 2 shifts in a day. And the feedback that I get from the dancers and or wait staff, the female wait staff, is that compared to other places that they've worked in the past, they feel a lot safer working on the border. And they, in some cases, they either can't go back to the other clubs or they just don't want to because they feel safer. And this is since I've been there, went back January of '24.
And do you know what On the Border was before it was On the Border?
From what I've heard from older customers that come in, it was, I believe it was Blue Suede Shoes. It was a dance hall. There was actually a customer that came in last week that I believe his aunt and uncle owned it before it was Blue Suede Shoes, back in the 60s or 70s. Kind of a nostalgia stop for them. They just stopped in.
And so that location has historically, to your knowledge, been a club or a nightclub or some form of establishment for drinking and entertainment.
Yes, as far back to, I believe, the early 70s. Prior to that, I don't know if it was a gas station or a small restaurant or something like that.
And as far as you know, that business On the Border has been in business for about 30 years at this point?
Correct.
And On the Border, to your knowledge, does it contribute to the community financially, donating money to various causes?
Yes, from what I've seen, I mean, there's plaques hanging in the inside office for the Lioness Club, Little League, the high school football team. I know they make contributions to, I mean, for instance, July 4th was just a couple of weeks ago. So yeah, there's the July 4th or the fireworks that they do for
They
July
paid
4th.
for the fireworks for the city of Franklin. Is that true?
I believe there is a big contribution to them, yes. I mean, other than fundraisers that they try to do within like the Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, stuff like that, or they'll donate money so that those entities can go out and do stuff like that for the community.
And prostitution strictly violates club rules, correct?
Correct.
That would trigger immediate termination,
Yes.
and the club would not benefit in any way if somebody committed an act of prostitution, correct?
No.
And the club has written policies and procedures.
Yes, in addition to an orientation that in most cases I do with new hire dancers.
And when people are in the VIP rooms, there's security there that does regular walkthroughs.
You mean with while the dances are going on?
Yes. They monitor it through video,
They monitor it through video.
and there's no locks on those doors, correct?
No.
Earlier, they were talking about the other kind of dance area. Those are near the VIP rooms, correct?
Correct. That would be the closest spot on the southwest corner of the building that is adjacent to where the private dance security watches.
And so on a busy night, you could have 10, 20, 30 people between the VIP area and the private dance rooms?
If all 10 rooms were going and you had a dancer in each one of the private dance benches, you would probably have about 20 people dancing at the same time.
And it's not like it's going into a hotel room where they can close the door, lock it, and do whatever they want. It's
No.
private, but it's somewhat exposed. Is that
Correct.
fair?
Even the one room that is there with the closing door, you can push it open with your finger.
And then there's other potentially customers in the VIP area that are at the bar or at the tables that are right outside of those rooms.
Correct.
I have nothing further.
Counselor?
Thank you. Mr. Cobian, you are currently in 2 roles at the bar, correct?
Correct.
Security manager and assistant manager?
Correct.
All right. You had worked there previously. Why did you leave?
I was working there part-time because I was working construction.
Okay. And then why'd you come back?
My work ran low there. I left the first time because I actually went to go work after working at the Oak Creek Power Plant, I was invited to work at a solar power plant in Nevada, so I was gone for a year. And when I got back, just kept on traveling, working on natural gas.
Okay. Was there any component of Mr. Hay, Daniel Hay dying? I mean, you came back shortly after he had died, correct?
No, I was actually there for about 6 to 7 months before he passed away.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had the timing mixed up. I thought you joined on slightly after he had died.
January of 24 is when I
You came, okay.
went back, and I believe he passed away July 26th of 24.
And that's when, after he passed away, that's when you became the licensing agent?
No,
Who was that?
I believe it was Jerry still.
Okay. Do you have any experience as a security professional?
As far as,
Well, you're in charge of security now, so what's the basis for being in charge of security? What's your experience?
the time that I was there from 2001 to 2012.
Okay. And experience in management? What's that?
Managing security, just everything that I've seen with the experience that I had in the 11 years that I was there.
Okay.
As far as management, when I was at Oak Creek, I was a foreman there in charge of 11 or 12 employees, and when I was in California, I was in charge of about 34. So
Okay.
management,
Lots there, yeah. Fair enough. All right, you're talking about policies and rules that the bar employs. Security guards start at 9 p.m., armed security. Do they have training or experience in regards to stopping people that are overtly intoxicated from leaving?
that is not their role.
Okay.
The armed security, their role is to make sure nobody comes in with any firearms or any kind of weapon.
They're the last employee before somebody gets out the door, though?
First and last.
Are there any rules related to the amount of drinks or quantity of drinks that people can have?
As far as stopping them, that's going to be the bartender's judgment call.
Okay.
Or again, they introduce water to somebody who seems to have had too much.
Okay.
Or we just cut them off.
Is there a certain period of time where individuals are not permitted to enter or re-enter?
Yes.
What time is that?
Now, I want to make sure I get this right. Are you asking they're not allowed to come in or a certain time they cannot come in?
My question is there a cutoff for when, if somebody takes, like, you're not admitting new customers after 1 o'clock AM or something along those lines?
Depending on the day of the week, if it's a weeknight or school night, Sunday through Thursday night, we usually don't let anybody else back in after 1:30 in the morning.
Okay,
And then on the weekends, usually about 15 minutes before we close.
okay. Do you have any policy for employees to help literally use the ATM for employees? Is that against their policy? Or for patrons, I'm sorry?
To assist them,
Yeah,
I try to let the dancers and staff know to not touch that card or just stay away from them. That way, I mean, there are situations where, let's just say the chip on your credit card isn't reading or the ATM isn't reading. So I'll ask them for the card, wipe off that chip, hand it back to them, and then they proceed to the ATM.
okay. You were here for that component where the individual had 6 drinks and a shot and people were helping them use the ATM, right? You heard that?
That's what I heard, yes.
Okay. Is that consistent with policy at the bar?
The one question I did have was the last comment where the customer said that Crystal grabbed the card from him, went up to VIP, ran a transaction, went back. That doesn't sound like anything she would do.
Okay. The condom dispenser in the men's bathroom, is it your testimony today that that's non-operational?
That is correct. I can't remember the last time I saw that thing either dispense a condom or, because when a time came to remove it, nobody had a key. So if you don't have a key to open up the door and undo the screws or bolts that hold it up against the wall, how are you going to fill it up?
Is there anybody else at the establishment that sells condoms?
That I know of, no.
No bathroom attendants or anything like that?
There are bathroom attendants.
But they don't sell condoms?
No.
Okay. When you say that I know of, are you aware of somebody that had in the past?
I'm not aware of it.
Okay.
From the time that I got there in January 24 forward, I haven't seen or heard of anybody doing that. Any of the bathroom attendants.
I think there's a dichotomy or a different view to some extent on how the police have viewed how open and obvious this is and how testifying to it. And I'm not trying to question you on that or push that too hard, but are you aware of whether or not Danny Hay engaged or allowed prostitution at the establishment?
No.
Not at no time?
No.
Not that you're aware of?
Correct.
Okay.
I haven't seen it.
Brian Hopkins, are you aware of whether or not he engaged in prostitution or allowed it to happen?
No, I don't.
You're not aware?
I'm aware that there's allegations about it, but I don't know that he was allowing it to happen.
Okay. The cameras in the VIP room, they record?
No,
Okay. Why?
I'm not sure. That's just the way it's been since when I left there in 2012, I don't recall, but when I got back, they just don't record.
Is there, the other cameras do record, we saw some videos, right?
Correct.
All right, is there any utility or reason that you know of that that there's 2 different systems set up for this?
No.
Okay. Why did the VIP rooms have the ability to dim or turn off the lights when patrons are present?
Again, when I got there, that's the way the lights were.
Okay.
Do I allow them to get dimmed? No. Since I've been there, no.
This is more of just a kind of trying to understand it for myself. Isn't it true that the whole point of a VIP room is so you can have some privacy to do something that might not be as appropriate as in the open?
In part, I would say, yeah.
Okay. Is the VIP room a large component or a high revenue maker at the bar?
It could be, yes.
Could be, meaning it's not currently?
It depends on the day of the week. It depends on the customers that are there. It depends on, there's a bunch of different details that could fall in play on if they're making money that day, if there's no private dances, if nobody's spending money at the bar, they all,
You saw the video of that fight that takes place. Specifically, Mr. Bishop, what was his role at the time?
at the time, he was a assistant manager.
Assistant manager, same role that you have now?
Correct.
Okay. Does he still work at the bar?
He doesn't spend too much time there, but yes, he still has a role there.
I'm not going to, unless you need me to say the other names, the other guys that were involved, are they still employed at the bar?
Some of them.
Some of them? What was the bar's response to this fight taking place? How did they respond about employees engaging in this kind of conduct?
That we did not want it. They should have went about it a different role, but you've got a reaction to one of the victims physically pushing on to Jeremy Shada. So yeah, if it would have gone any further, yeah, we probably would have phoned the police and said, hey, these guys don't want to, or this one customer doesn't want to pay for his dances and he doesn't want to leave. And I'm sure that probably would have happened.
But what actually happened was they took it upon themselves to figure out how to.
They took it upon themselves to react to the physical,
Police.
the violence against Jeremy Shada, and then from there, you've got what you could see on film.
Police to testify about a forum where these activities are discussed, prostitution activities are discussed and on the border is referenced. Are you aware of this forum?
No,
Does management do anything to check and identify whether this is a known issue at the bar?
every once in a while, there'll be either a staff member or one of the dancers that'll present, I don't know if you want to call it evidence, or say, hey, this person here that's working here is doing this, and then they're terminated immediately.
Can anybody buy their way back into the bar now?
No,
Okay. Are you aware of that practice in the past?
I've heard of it.
I have nothing further.
Counsel?
Nothing further.
Members of the Franklin Common Council, questions for this witness? Anybody from the Common Council have a question for this witness? Alderwoman Eichman.
Thank you. If these alleged acts are being stopped, what are the patrons paying for then in the VIP rooms?
They still pay for private dances, and in the VIP rooms, it's just dancing.
What is your definition of a private dance?
A private dance would be the dancer is dancing specific or solely for the customer that's paying. Sometimes they're dancing right in front of the customer, sometimes they're dancing on the customer. Sorry.
Can I ask if these dancers are clothed or not?
They are topless, and at all times, the bottoms do stay on.
If the cameras aren't filming in there and you're not in there, how are you aware that the bottoms stay on?
The lights are always on in the rooms, and there's always somebody tending to those cameras. And there are situations where, like earlier, Nature called, if that private dance security has to tend to Nature, he'll call the main office, and then from there we watch, or somebody will go back and cover for that person so that we ensure that the dancer is safe.
That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Any members of the Franklin Common Council have any further questions for this witness? Alderwoman Kresovich?
Sorry, based on what you just said, are the dances no contact or?
They are contact.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions at this time for this witness? Seeing none, witness, you are excused. Thank you. Counselors, are there any other witnesses to call at this time?
Not from the licensee.
No, no rebuttal.
Counselor? Can you? Okay, I'm going to repeat what he said. Sure.
Can we take a 5-minute?
Well, hold on. Ma'am, you tell me when you're ready. Okay, closing statements from either counsel at this time. Sir, on the license, do you have any closing statements for the Franklin Common Council at this time?
I do. And I have a statement from Mary and Jerry.
Okay, could you please pull that microphone real close? What's that?
Prosecutor goes first on that.
Okay, well, thanks for nominating me. There you go, sir. We'll start with you first then.
Do I get a rebuttal then? Because I don't mind if he goes first, and I'll just save
Counsel?
time. Do it at the end.
Well, yes, up to the presiding officer.
So the presiding officer says yes. So if you want to have him go first, you can rebut.
Sure, I'll just do rebuttal, just to not do it all.
Sounds good. This is on behalf of Mary and Jerry Hay. We would never condone any illegal behavior by anyone employed or associated with On the Border. The only convictions associated with the summons for On the Border that we are,
I'm sorry,
Counsel?
I have to object, I think. I can't cross-examine them. I understand hearsay is admissible, but they could have been here, and so I'm going to voice that at this point.
Duly noted, you're simply reading a statement.
correct.
Continue.
The only convictions associated with the summons, for On the Border that we are aware of were from January 2025, the altercation, which was preempted by a patron initiating physical contact with threats to our employees and their families. There was an incident in 2016 where a man came to the club, an AR-15 assault rifle, intending to rob the club, which our employees were able to contain until the police arrived. He had a list of businesses he intended to rob, with us first on the list. Because several of our employees stopped that from proceeding with potentially injured or dead people, the Franklin Police Department had a ceremony where our brave employees involved received the Citizens Gallantry Award. On the Border has been a part of the Franklin community for 30 years. Since 1996, we have willingly contributed year after year to virtually every cause that's asked for our help, such as the Franklin Lioness Club, who has provided thousands of meals from our annual donations, sponsorships, as well as donations to Franklin Little League, Franklin High School football, lacrosse, soccer, bowling, cheerleading, dance, baseball, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts. We've never said no to any of these and have always donated. Annual 4th of July donations totaling close to $100,000 since started. Franklin Police Department donations for meals for those working on holidays. Countless other donations made to small businesses in Franklin, as well as Union Grove, Raymond, and our veterans. We've had fundraising events with proceeds to local food banks, people suffering with cancer, house fires, and others. Many of our employees have been with us 20-plus years because they are treated with respect and care. Employees who ask for help with medical or dental bills have gotten help from us. Many of our employees work or have worked at OTB as a stepping stone to reach their goals for their future and have become nurses, lawyers, doctors, real estate agents, daycare owner, security company owner, and more. They have always appreciated our flexibility with their schedule to help them achieve their goals. Many of our customers have been coming to On the Border for 30 years because of the employees and how they are treated with kindness and respect, and many of them just want someone kind to talk with them. The amount of money spent in Franklin area by OTB and its employees and the amount of revenue created from the club that hits the city and the state are notable. There are close to 200 employees and their families who rely on income from On the Border that will be instantly put into hardship, kids not being able to continue college, cars getting repossessed, evictions, can't buy food, etc. We hope you take these points with serious consideration. Thank you, Jerry and Mary Hay. What I would like to say in terms of the allegations and what's been said here, well, certainly there are allegations of nefarious conduct. The fact of the matter is, what facts have been presented? We have heard testimony based on multiple layers of hearsay. We have not heard directly from any of those directly involved in these matters. The bulk of this complaint relates to prostitution. And Brian Hopkins, who is under criminal investigation, who has been charged criminally after 4 interviews, it took him to blame all of his nefarious conduct on a man who is now deceased. It's easy to blame the dead guy, which is fine if he were here to defend himself, and if Danny were alive, it would be a different question. But the facts of the matter are is that Mary and Jerry Hay are the owners of the club. They have taken these allegations seriously. They have made changes to further enforce the rules that have always been in place at On the Border, which are hard and very serious consequences for those that break the rules, which is that they are terminated and asked to leave. They do their best as a club to keep their patrons safe, to keep their employees safe, and after 30 years in business, what we have learned tonight is there has been an average of 1 complaint per month at the most over the last 6 years. And most of the complaints are fairly innocuous. I don't believe that the complainants have met their burden. I am asking the Common Council not to take action against their licenses. If the council does determine that some action is warranted, I would ask that it be a suspension for 30 days at the most to revisit security protocols and make any other additional changes that are recommended by the council. But in no way should these licenses be revoked. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counsel?
Thank you. I said I would piece things back together. I'm going to do that during this. I'm going to address some of the comments of council and then speak to what I hope is general deterrence that this is not something the community can abide by or allow to continue. In terms of putting the pieces back together, there's been officers that testified about a whole mess of different interactions that they've had or they're aware of or have been investigating. Certainly, I agree that there's components of this that have hearsay or large quantities of hearsay. I don't have access to the people. I can give you what the testimony is, what the investigation has been, but I'm not going to have somebody that's a prostitution victim or a trafficking victim come and be able to testify to you. That's just not within the scope of what I'm capable of or able to bring in. So if I'm going to start from the top of the complaint and work my way down, I think the most important component is that, yeah, there's hearsay involved here, but we have to combine all the information you have to understand how voracious it really is. Yes, you have Brian Hopkins, apparent bad actor, charged, shouldn't consider the charge, but it's active, it is outstanding at this point in time. But he gives statements, he does tell the officers what's going on there and finally comes clean and identifies that this has been just the practice and institutionalization of prostitution on the border. It's not just, hey, it's been really bad, it's the Wild West from 2020 on to 2024 when this investigation's taking place. When he brings up issues, he says, don't worry about it, kid. And
Hold on one
practice,
second. 10:51 PM, Alderman Eichmann has left the room.
the practice, can I keep going? The practice and policy has been, turn your eye, don't look, don't pay attention. He makes a lot of statements, Brian Hopkins does, and take it for what you will, but when I think you add that to the next set of puzzle pieces, the physical evidence that the officers get, it gives it some more credibility, right? Maybe Brian by himself has a problem. I would posit to you that he finally comes clean and kind of, he gets himself in trouble by everything he's saying. He's not diminishing his role in it. He's just saying, I was part of the cog in this big machine here. But you have also then trash pulls. You have condoms, used condoms in the trash. What reason would that be? Other bars might sell condoms. I have no idea. But you have a business that is predicated on sexual activity, and to allow that to be a component of your bar, or that happens, or people are having condoms and having sex in your bar, that can't happen. Then you also have this forum, this public forum, that it just takes a search to figure out that the public generally knows that there's prostitution available at your bar. And not only that, boy, oh boy, does that corroborate and sound exactly like what the officers had testified to about what the women had told them, that, hey, it's tough to, now that Danny Hay is dead, because you can't just kind of pay somebody to turn the lights down and allow this prostitution act to occur. Instead, these are puzzle pieces. The last puzzle piece to the prostitution component is 20-plus women that these officers have talked to that all corroborate this same component of the story. These are trafficked women. These are women that don't intend or want to be doing this. I won't comment on the criminal investigation or whatever is the ongoing component of it, but there's a pattern that emerges. It's the same pattern that's talked about in the forum posts, but if you find a John, you find somebody that's interested, maybe staff helps pick them out for these VIPs, we know who you're interested in, and then you pair those pieces up together, you make a deal, you go take care of business, and you're tipping everybody along the way. You're making sure that the lights are dimmed, you're making sure nobody bothers you, you're making sure you're getting this action that you wanted and paid for. And not only is the staff tipped out, sorry,
10:53, Alderwoman's back. Thank you.
not only is the bar staff tipped out or the security staff tipped out, but Brian Hopkins says, yeah, well, if we find out, I can also reinsert these trafficked women back into employment here if you pay me enough. This isn't a one-off individual problem. This is a systematic system problem on the border. And that's even further evidenced by just the structural facility, what they impose. What is the purpose of having dimming switches in your VIP room? There isn't an answer to that. I would posit to you, you can't quite see what's going on in a private place already. Why doesn't it record in the VIP rooms? We know if prostitution is bad and sex acts happen, and we know that these are occurring there for years and years and years, and we have reason to believe this, and it's posted on forums, we should protect your employees and these contractors by ensuring that the guys that are assaulting them can be caught, but it doesn't record. There are practice after practice after practice after practice of ignoring or allowing actions to take place that benefit the club, that benefit this reputation, and that's why this prostitution becomes an issue. And that's why the prostitution continuing and has continued despite efforts to try to make it better. There's puzzle pieces here. Yes, there's hearsay. But everybody else is giving the same exact story across this pattern. In terms of the drug activity, Brian Hopkins talks about drug activity occurring there. The officers have talked about drug activity over the years, in recent years. There's an overdose that required Narcan to be administered. That was as early as October 14th of 2025. drugs become a problem here because this is a place where people go to let out their vices. They overdrink, they overconsume, they engage in prostitution. Drug activity is taking place at the establishment by admission of Brian Hopkins and by investigation of the police department. We have that staff incident. That's count 3. I think the video speaks for itself. And the fact that the guys continue to be employed there after this, when it's fully known what took place. Boy, I get that somebody puts their hand in your face, but your job is to be security, not to be the tough guy that beats the living crap out of somebody. I don't think there's any excuse for that. And certainly there was criminal charges and criminal convictions for that. Those guys have paid the price. But the bar is responsible for the actions of its employees. And the bar didn't take action. In fact, management that was there was one of the primary people that was trying to go take this phone and make sure that they weren't going to get in trouble. It's indicative of just the pattern of take care of business, guys, figure out what you got to do, look out for yourself, protect the bar. That's what you're doing. Your job is to protect the bar no matter what happens. Again, the fact that they keep their job after beating guys up and trying to delete a cell phone and basically a strong arm robbery takes place to get the cell phone is just, it is beyond comprehension to me. Service to intoxicated persons, it's a bar, I get it. You can't go find a bar that doesn't have service to intoxicated persons. But in this scenario, it leads to bad things that occur. It leads to some of these things like the overdose. It leads to the sexual assault, which there's really no other way to put it. It leads to OWIs. It leads to wrong-way drivers. Because of the nature of this establishment and because of what's going on here, there are more calls for service because they are serving people past the point of intoxication. People think that they are getting drugged at this location because they don't remember how all this money came out of their account. Lo and behold, we watch the video and staff is helping them to get that money out of their account. There's too much alcohol at play here, and there's not enough enforcement of what needs to happen to make sure people are safe. There's overservice. The overservice is happening during this licensing period, during the last licensing period. And then the disorderly house. I hate that name. I think it's a silly old version of how the law is written. But suffice it to say, this is a bar in this community that is a drain on the police department. It's a drain on finances. It's a drain on the moral compass of the community. And I understand that they donate a lot of money and that letter is great and how much they give, but you can't buy your way into or out of illegal acts. You can't buy your way to say we're good folks just because we donate money when you don't do anything at the bar to ensure that people aren't being victimized and women aren't being trafficked. Thanks, but it's just not there. It's not sufficient. It doesn't buy your way out of what's going on. And so these calls, sure, some of them are, there isn't a month that it happens. Some of them, there's multiple calls in a month. There is significant, serious calls. There's concerning calls. The officers all testified that this is beyond the pale of, or the comparison of the other bars in the community. It is a disorderly house because it's allowed to act as a disorderly house. My ask to you tonight, I don't think in good conscience I could say anything but revocation. If the committee or the council feels that suspension is appropriate, by all means, I think maximum suspension would be appropriate. But I do think revocation is appropriate. And the reason for that is the length of time that these violations have occurred. It can't and it won't get fixed in a short period of time just because of a change of ownership. This place has a reputation for these conducts and this stuff going on. People are still asking to do it. The officers are still investigating. It is ongoing. It might be trying to get better, but, and to speak to one more point, I understand that there's timing components of this, but there's always been timing components. This whole investigation has taken years, and during that time, there's been incidents that should have or could have led to revocation of this license. That bar fight, if shown to you or been able to be brought to your attention earlier, I would hope that that would be a significant cause for concern. But what happens now is this finally comes to fruition, the information comes available about prostitution, and what we get to do and what you get to do as the Common Council is look at the whole picture now and say, okay, I understand there's parts that we can't know or don't know yet, But if I look at this totality of this bar and how it's operated, it's a problem. It's a problem on the community. Illegal conduct is only two options. Either they're ignoring it as hard as they possibly can because it just benefits them, or they're involved. There's no other way you can see this amount of information and ignore it without doing so intentionally or being involved. I'm going to ask you to revoke the bar. I think the community is a better place without it. Thank you.
Thank you. So council, at this time, we would now go into, if there's a motion to go into closed. Okay, is there a motion to go into closed session?
I'll make
at
the
this-
motion to go into closed session.
Hold on. Oh, it was read once, it's already here. Counselor, would you please read that? Can you turn on Kelly?
A motion to enter closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statute section 1985 sub 1 sub A to deliberate concerning the facts and the application of law to the facts with regard to the complaint against HB&H LLC DBA on the border for Class B intoxicating liquor license, Class B fermented malt beverage license, entertainment and amusement license, and cigarettes sold by machine license, and to re-enter open session at the same place thereafter to act on such matters discussed therein as it deems appropriate.
Alderman Eichman, is that your motion?
That's my motion.
We have a first and a second. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderwoman Eichman.
Aye.
Alderman Assam.
Aye.
Alderwoman Kresgebeck.
Aye.
Alderman Salus.
Aye.
5 ayes, no noes. Motion carries. We're now going into closed session. So
May
if everybody could please step outside and when we reconvene, we will make notice. Kelly, please advise when we're off the record.
Sorry, I leave my stuff in here.
Nothing of recording.
Nothing recording. It is closed.
Thank you. On the record? Okay, it's 11:48 p.m. We are back in open session. We're going to wait till the attendees come back to their respective spots. All right. After deliberations in closed session, our city attorney will be reading the discussed motion.
Potential findings of fact and conclusions of law. Upon consideration of the complaint presented at the Common Council hearing and deliberations on July 16, 2026, the Common Council finds findings of fact. Number one, that for the 2026-2027 license period starting on July 1, 2026 and expiring on June 30, 2027, HB&H LLC has been issued license number 26-4471, which includes the following: A, Class B intoxicating liquor license; B, Class B fermented malt beverage license; C, the entertainment and amusement license; D, cigarettes sold by machine license. Number two, that license number 26-4471 is for the premises located at 10741 South 27th Street in the city of Franklin, Wisconsin, and doing business as On the Border, parent OTB, closed parent. Number three, that license number 26-4471 identifies that the licensing agent is Oscar Cobian, as appointed pursuant to Wisconsin statute section 12504 sub 6 sub A and Franklin Municipal Code section 158-1, and that HB&H LLC was served a copy of the summons and complaint by way of service to the licensing agent on July 9, 2026 at the licensed premises. Number four, that a hearing was held before the Common Council on July 16, 2026, at which the complainant and licensee were given the opportunity to produce witnesses, cross-examine witnesses, and be represented by counsel, parent the hearing, close parent. The complainant was represented by attorney Nicholas S. Serwin, and the licensee was represented by attorney Michael G. Levine. Number five, that as set forth in the complaint, count one, prostitution at licensed premises. Evidence heard and received at the hearing provided facts sufficiently proven supporting the substantial evidence that reasonable minds could conclude prostitution at the licensed premises had been occurring through the years. Number six, that as set forth in the complaint count two, drug activity, evidence heard and received at the hearing provided facts sufficiently proven supporting the substantial evidence that reasonable minds could conclude drug dealing, use, and overdoses at the licensed premises had been occurring. Number seven, that as set forth in the complaint count three, staff incident stating physical attacks on persons by licensed premises staff, with some having resulted in criminal convictions of such staff. Evidence heard and received at the hearing provided facts sufficiently proven supporting the substantial evidence that reasonable minds could conclude that physical attacks on persons by staff at the licensed premises had occurred. Number eight, that as set forth in the complaint, count four, service to intoxicated persons. Evidence heard and received at the hearing provided facts sufficiently proven supporting the substantial evidence that reasonable minds could conclude that serving alcohol drinks to intoxicated persons at the licensed premises has been occurring. Number nine, that as set forth in the complaint count five, disorderly house, evidence heard and received at the hearing provided facts sufficiently proven supporting the substantial evidence that reasonable minds could conclude that the substantial number of calls for police service required because of disorderly conduct and offense at the licensed premises has been occurring through years. Conclusions of law. Number one, that the licensee was properly served at least 3 days before the time at which the licensee was commanded to appear, and service was accomplished in the manner provided under WISSTAT Chapter Section 801 for service in civil actions in circuit court. Number two, the Class B intoxicating liquor license and Class B fermented malt beverage license issued within license number 26-4471 to HB&H LLC, doing business as On the Border for the licensed premises at 10741 South 27th Street, is hereby revoked for the aforesaid facts-based reasons as set forth in Section 3A of the complaint. Number 3, the entertainment and amusement license within license number 26-4471 issued to HB&H LLC doing business as On the Border for the licensed premises at 10741 South 27th Street is hereby revoked for the aforesaid facts-based reasons and as set forth in Section 3B of the complaint. Number 4, the cigarette license within license number 26-4471 issued to HB&H LLC doing business as On the Border for the licensed premises at 10741 South 27th Street is hereby revoked for the aforesaid facts-based reasons and as set forth in Section 3C of the complaint. Number 5, a copy of the summons and complaint is annexed here too. And for a potential motion by the Common Council, that could be a motion to approve. Oh, I do have one note that with regard to the entertainment and amusement license, that it refers to aforesaid fact-based reasons and as set forth in Section 3B of the complaint. In 3B, it does refer to a number of counts earlier in the complaint, but it also refers to count 5 in that section at the end of 3B2, and that should be count 4, not count 5. So with that noted, placed on the record, there could be a potential motion to approve the findings of fact and conclusions of law as read into the record at this meeting.
I will make that motion.
I second.
We have a first and a second. Roll call, please.
Alderman Salus,
Aye.
Alderwoman Kresovic,
No.
Alderman Hassan,
Aye.
Alderwoman Eichman,
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
No. 3 ayes, 2 noes, motion carries. Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We're adjourned at 11:59 p.m.